Stream is starting. The Captain Coder at the helm. Bean water is ready. Today we will learn a lot. He loves the questions, he loves to sing. Join our Discord, follow him.
How dare you? How dare you? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, wherever you happen to be in the world. Happy Sunday, all you beautiful people out there. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Marshall, thank you for the hat redeem. Let's get a hat stat started with my brand new IKEA hat. My brand new IKEA hat. Oh, this one might block my vision a little bit too much to wear. Thank you for the hat redeem. Happy Sunday, everybody. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coach Academy. Yeah, Kratzenstein got me this. We met up for lunch yesterday. He had gotten me this hat. I loved it. I love it so much. It was wonderful seeing him and his family. Oh, it's so great to have everyone here. Marshall, sorry you got robbed. Sorry you got robbed by the evil Corfless. Corfless. So sneaky, so conniving, so fast with the exclamation point first. Congratulations on your first Corfless. Thank you so much for being here. Code Monk, it's wonderful to have you here as well on this beautiful Sunday morning. And Clayman Dev, thank you for witnessing. Thank you for being there to witness my greatest achievement of all time. My greatest achievement, everybody. I managed to get the nothing redeem over on the Grumpy Game Dev's channel. Grumpy Game Dev got that nothing redeem for 1 million channel points. I managed to get it redeemed. It felt good. It felt good. You know, I wasn't sure if I was trying to decide, do I really want to do the nothing redeem, or would I rather do 1,000 flush redeem? So for 1,000 points, you get one flush. For 1 million points, you get a nothing. And I'm glad I went with the nothing. 1,000 flushes would have, I think I would have been left feeling, a little bit empty on that one. But that was worth it. It was awesome. All right, folks, what are we working on today? What are we doing today? We're continuing our Dungeon Crawler Jam prototype, building up our Dungeon Crawler engine. So we're going to hop into that. I did manage to finish my file format, saving format. So we have a couple new data types. The Dungeon Manifest, a Dungeon Crawler Manifest, is essentially going to be a collection of everything necessary to run the dungeon. So right now, all it has is all of the dungeons, all of the scripts, and what we need to do is, So what we need to do is this is going to be dropped into the project, and this will be used to coordinate everything. One of the things we need to do is have like a starting script and stuff, but I'm not too worried about that just yet. The feature I am currently... Oh, also, just want to show .NET Test. All of our tests are passing, which felt great. I went ahead and... I don't have a web browser open. Let's get a web browser open over here. Boop. There we go. Let's go to the GitHub. Dungeon Crawler Jam 2024. So the last thing I did was implement the Dungeon Crawler data type. So this is the Dungeon Crawler manifest. It contains all of the information necessary to run the game, get the game going. One of the things I want to do next is what I was working on previously is implementing interfacing tools for editing and creating dungeon event map. So as I'm working through this, I'm realizing I need sort of this idea of a working project directory. So similar to Unity's project folder, where you have your assets, your config, data, dependencies, materials, that sort of stuff. I want to set up a directory structure for a Dungeon Crawler project. And the Dungeon Crawler project right now has a saved data, but it needs two things to it to start out. So there's a file structure that we need here to make this work. And so I'm going to create a new dungeon crawler project. And part of me feels like this should be part of the editor. So I'm going to come down to our Raylib folder here, and the editor is going to let me add just some thoughts in here. Your folders, you need two things for now. You need a dungeons folder. All right, so, well, not quite. So dungeons is a combination of your event map and yes. So we need a dungeons folder where we can save our dungeons. And then we also need, and I might save it as separately as an event map right now because we're going to be adding more to dungeons, I believe. But, ooh, that's an interesting thought. Yeah, so we might have a folder dungeon that has two JSON files. One is the event map. One is our actual map. We could potentially put different event maps together like that. And then there's going to be a script folder inside of it. So when we're running our editor, so this is ultimately what I want to do, is we have our dungeon crawler editor running here. Like so. I want to, right now, if I hit this button, we get an on enter script here. What we need to do is we need to be able to specify what is the link to this on enter. What is the file that this is going to be connected to? So we need this idea of a scripts folder that we should check from. Chompin' Pac-Man, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back. Happy to have you here. But yeah, we're going to be continue working on this. There's a couple things we need to do. We need to make sure that there's a visual representation on the map in a tile when there is sort of a script there, so we know what it is. Over here we have the on enter. Right now the script doesn't have any script inside, but this is going to be a reference to a script, not the script itself. And then in the actual dungeon crawler manifest, it takes all those scripts, puts them into a single file there. Mr. Zombie UK, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. How the heck have you been? Dr. Dynamite, what a name. Dr. Dynamite, you are back in the stream today. Thank you for following me. Dr. Dynamite, what a cool name. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, sneaky. Sigian, welcome back as well. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. And Red Mur, I hope you are also having a beautiful day. Happy Sunday. Did I say happy Monday? I meant happy Sunday. So wonderful to have all you beautiful people here on this beautiful day. So to make this work, I need this idea of a project, a dungeon crawler project. And the project is not the compiled version, but it's sort of the work in progress version, because we're going to use that to build out our dungeon crawler manifest here. And so there's this idea here that this is a dungeon crawler editor. The dungeon crawler editor has a project. That project compiles into this dungeon crawler manifest. And so we got to keep that thought process a little bit separated. Two nerdy nerds. I've not seen this one before. This one's new. I met up with Krasenstein yesterday for lunch, and he had bought me an IKEA hat. Awesome. Dr. Dynamite, welcome to the stream. I'm so glad you're with us on this beautiful day. All right. So this is sort of the structure that I want. I'm going to create a new project. This one isn't going to be linked to Unity. So the cool part about this one is because hopefully I can write it in a way it doesn't need to be linked to Unity. Maybe it will later. I'm always a little bit torn on that. This editor is going to be separate from Unity though, so I can use all of .NET 8 in it. But let's make a new project here. So we're going to do a .NET new. This is going to be a class lib as well. And this is going to be our dungeon crawler editor. Okay, so it's going to be part of the dungeon crawler editor. Maybe I will make it net standard 2.1 just in case I want to put it inside of Unity as well. But maybe I'm thinking not, because I want access to local file system stuff. So actually I'm not going to do it. Two nerdy nerds, how the heck have you been? Welcome back to the stream. How did yesterday? It was great raiding into you yesterday. How did your stream end up? I wasn't there super long, but what did you do? What were you working on? I'm always super curious to know what you got going over there. All right, we're gonna add this to our solution. .NET SLN add dungeon crawler .editor. Maybe I should call it project. Dungeon crawler project. I want this to be, Dungeon Crawler editor is fine. .NET. No, I want it to be part of a project. All right, so I want it to be called Project Dungeon Crawler Editor. Could have a project. We'll call it Editor. That's okay. .NET SLN add Dungeon Crawler Editor here. Thanks so much for the raid yesterday. No, my pleasure. Thank you guys for being awesome. We were working on our Cat Cafe game and adding player cat interactions. Awesome. Very cool. Let's go into our X unit as well. This is our test folder. .NET add reference Dungeon Crawler .editor. The font's not big enough. People, let me know. Make sure everything's building here. And we need this idea of a Dungeon Crawler project. All right. Dungeon Crawler project. And so the project is going to have references to folders of where to search for things to build these things up. Good XP, welcome back to the stream. Happy to have you here today. No singing today. Oh, good XP. You know I like to sing every day. Good XP. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Clayman says, I heard not only does the IKEA hat give you programming power level buff, but it also gives you program building buff. It's correct. I'll let you know. The legend has it. It's going super well too, nerdy nerds. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I probably am over-scoping a little bit on what I want to get done before the jam starts next Friday, or in about 5 days. So I'm probably over-scoping a little bit how much I want to add to my editor project, but we're gonna go for it. Dungeon Crawler project. I suppose I could just call this project as well, but the idea I have here is this has references to your project path and folders, and you can use this to say, okay, well, I want to be working in this project, and it has the things that I want this to be able to do is compile to a dungeon. Oh, I need to add a reference here. Let's go into our Dungeon Crawler editor, and I want it to be able to compile .NET add reference to our Dungeon Crawler. And it's also going to add a reference to our IO. It doesn't need a reference to the Lua stuff because it's not doing anything with. I don't think it needs anything. What's in the scripting folder? The scripting folder is empty. If I were to delete this, how sad would things be? Oh, I can't delete it. Delete permanently. There we go. Let's hang on. .NET build. Are things mad at me? I don't think I need that folder. It's not even showing up as a diff there. It must not have been part of it. Proton, welcome back to the stream. We got an IKEA hat. That's right. We're IKEA hatting here with all our ideas. IKEA hat, also known as the idea hat. All right. One thing I want this to be able to do is have a public build. And so this is going to produce a Dungeon Crawler manifest build like this. And it is going to take a bunch of stuff and produce a Dungeon Crawler manifest. Throw new, not implemented exception. The tricky part with this one is it's going to be dependent on a file system. So I'm not quite sure how to write a good unit test for this. I may have to end up mocking a file system a little bit. But it has the following things that it can get for you. This can produce so this needs a reference to our string project root directory. Get that. Set might not be necessary here, but it's going to be a root directory. I could just call this root directory. So this is the path to our root directory here, where we're going to put all of our folders. It knows how to load up all of the scripts. It knows, it can give you the names of all of the script names, all of the dungeon names, knows how to load just individual files, but it doesn't actually have a manifest. It's sort of like the in-between point that we use before we actually build it out. So it actually is going to have, how are we going to interact with this thing? Let me think about this. The root directory is used to look things up. And so then internally we have some folders. One is going to be for our scripts. One is going to be for our dungeons. Might even have dungeon dungeon event maps. No, those need to be combined together. And yeah, so we have a root directory here. We need to have, this is so interesting because I don't know how to write tests for manipulating the file system. That's an interesting thing. I could potentially do some mocking on it, but I'm not sure. So this may end up not being super tested, which is interesting. Public, I'm not quite sure how to test it just yet. And someone who's done some C# stuff, usually I would end up mocking a file system to make sure some things were called. And I think that's what we'll end up doing it. We'll see if we can write that. Public void init project. Init project. Okay. So this should not implemented exception here. Good XP says, I want to create some backlog of tasks for myself this Sunday while hanging out with nice people like you. I believe moods are contagious, so I am exposing myself to positive, optimistic, high-energy, good people. Learning is extra. Yeah, man, surround yourself with people that make you feel good. If you're around people that aren't making you feel good, then why? You know, so unless it's one of the things that I learned, or am continuing to practice and try and learn is, if there's something in your life that is causing you to be less happy, is there a way you can reduce that thing or completely remove it? That, you know, that's a good thing. Good vibes are good vibes, and that's a good thing to have. Init project here is going to create directory structure for us. So let me create a public const string. This is going to be our and I suppose we could add it, we could make this not a constant, but I want this to be a constant here. And this is going to be scripts public const string dungeon dungeons. And so when we initialize the project, it's going to just make sure that this folder structure exists and put things inside of that. Yeah, the scripts dir. That's right, two nerdy nerds. So this is where those files are going to be saved. We can also get a reference here. I want to be able to get a reference to all the values inside of these folders. So this is heavily dependent on the file system. So, but I think we might be able to mock it a little bit. So init project, we might be able to pass in some kind of interface that knows how to do this stuff. And so I'm a little bit curious. Let's go over to our tests. And I'm going to create a new folder called Dungeon Crawler Editor. And create a new script in here called Dungeon Crawler Project. Maybe I should just call this Project. Maybe just call it Project. Inside of here, yeah, I think I'm just going to call it Project. I'm getting too wordy here, Project. Have you found a team yet, Kep, or are you soloing it? I have. I would be interested in adding more people to the team for art and potentially music. I think are composed. So we have it's me and two other people. Right now there's a composer. The composer I worked with last year is going to be working with me again. And then we have a new artist who happens to be a pixel artist. So that should be really interesting compared to what we did last year. It's going to be 3D pixel art. So in a 3D world, but with pixel art. We'll see. We might actually do full pixel art stuff. But I would love to find someone exclusively to do UI. UI and user experience. And maybe someone who is a bit of a writer. to join the team. So I wouldn't be opposed to adding more people. The one thing that is hard for me on game jams is having multiple programmers. I think that is always challenging because I have a very specific way I program. It makes it hard for me to work with other people in such a short, constrained time period. If it was a longer project, I love working with more people, especially people who are better than me. So it makes it super hard there. I don't know if that's the same case for art, but I feel like for art assets, dividing that up a little bit, I think it might be a little bit because of style. This is why I'm saying like it might be nice to have someone specific for UI and UX, the user experience and user interface, so that a pixel artist or one artist can focus just on creating game stuff, and then the other artist can focus on creating, what the interface, what the user experience is like. What are the keys? What are the buttons that are being pressed? How do we design that? And then we have what are that sort of thing. I think that would be a good differentiation. Then someone who's a writer as well to plan out like story events. And one of the things, trying making it into so we'll see what happens. I have not yet found a UI person or a person that's like a writer yet. And so we'll see. The dream team, 2 nerdy nerds. You guys interested? You looking to join? Because we could make that happen. We could probably make that happen. So what I want to do, in my test directory here, we're gonna create a new file, project should. Okay. And I'm gonna steal the template from Dungeon should. And project should, and we may not actually be able to write these tests. I gotta think about how to do it because I don't know how to mock this stuff. Dungeon should, project should, and one of the things I want to be able to do, should initialize project structure. So I don't know how to mock a file system in C#. C# mock file system. How do you mock out the file system in C# unit testing? So this is sort of what I was thinking I might do. IO abstraction. This pack did not exist when the answer was originally accepted. The original answer provided for historical context. Ooh, it looks like this might be what we want. It's compatible with .NET Standard, so we might go ahead and use this. And take a look at it. Let's look at this project website. We have a game to finish, I'm afraid. No worries. Can I take a rain check? Yeah, no problem. Maybe sometime we will do a project together. I'm always open to collaborating with people. I love the idea of the collaboration. Okay, so an iFile system here. The NuGet package is also published as this, but we suggest to use the prefix to make it clear that this is not an official .NET package. Gotcha. So I think we're gonna give this a try here and see how we do. I'm really curious. Do I need to pass this in? I do, and the iFile system that way. All right, so I think if we use this, we should be able to do it. The question is there a default implementation that connects to the actual file system? That's the real question. Use default implementation, which calls system.io. Cool. So we do have a default file system there. Look, you always need a micromanager, right? So what's interesting is I don't think people realize how awesome it is to have a project manager to watch and play test and say, here's the thing that's going around and taking the builds, making sure, has it built yet? Does it build for web? Play testing it and taking the project and like actually giving it to other people to test it for you and get feedback and then get that back to the programmer. It's one of the things that I struggle with so much in my game development is my games tend to be really difficult to play because I'm so focused on programming it that I don't stop and say, well, how does the user interact with it? So having a person dedicated to that, sort of like a QA person, is probably a really good idea on these short game jams. Okay, let me keep going here. So can I join the dream team too? Code Monk. Welcome to the dream team. What am I doing here? Project should, that's right. I was gonna go into my tests. So I need to add this in here. This package will need to be added here, as well as in the dungeon crawler editor. There we go. We're going to give this a shot, see how we feel about it, because I don't know how I'm going to feel about it just yet. But my project here, we want to initialize it. Init project, I file. Hang on. Did this get added in? It did. Okay. I file system. There we go. File system. So it's going to need to know how to init it here. Let's take in a project string root directory root path. I'm going to change this to root path. Root path. Root directory makes sense to me, actually. Root directory. Is the reason you use VS Code over other IDs? Yes. I actually think Visual Studio is a superior tool for doing .NET development, but my school, Visual Studio is Windows only. I work with students who are on Mac, Linux, and Windows, and we teach a variety of different programming languages. The main reason is so that I understand what the pain points are and how to help students in Visual Studio Code, because that's what we have students using for the majority of their programming classes. And so it's learn one tool rather than learn a different tool for each one. So when you go into a second class, if it's a second programming class, regardless of the language, you know the student knows how to navigate in Visual Studio Code, access the terminal, open up the debugger, access unit tests, that sort of thing. So it's all about optimizing that process. I actually think Visual Studio would be a better option for C# in general. Exactly. One of the major downsides is it kind of has prevented me from doing stuff with Blazor with my students. C# in VS Code and Blazor just don't, there's so much, it has trouble with the templates because there's a lot of partial classes when you're doing Blazor development. And so it gets really confused and you keep having to reload the window and do rebuilds and stuff. And so that is a major downside. Works great in Visual Studio. Blazor development is perfect in, maybe not perfect, but much better in Visual Studio. So now that we have this mock system here, so CS Chimp, I actually work at a school for ages 10 to 14. So young students. It's not a university, it's not a boot camp. In the United States, it would be considered a middle school. In other countries, it might be considered secondary. I can't remember exactly what age that is. So, but yeah, 10 to 14, sixth, it's sort of like 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. Kind of. It's a little bit harder to explain than I'm willing to go through right now. But yeah, it's a little tricky. Okay. I'd love to use VS Code, but it lags for me too much. Interesting. I find Visual Studio is actually a bit laggier than VS Code. When on smaller computers. Learning Microsoft. Yeah, when I was in high school, that was sort of like what the computer class was as well. Yeah, when we init the project, we need to make sure we create the file structure for this. And then we kind of want to go in and we want to find all of the script references and stuff inside. So something else I want this to be able to do is get back a dictionary of string to, or is it just a list? This should just be a list of strings. Let me think here. An IEnumerable of strings of like scripts, IEnumerable script names. Like that. This will be not implemented yet. Throw new not implemented. and it looks in the scripts folder. It gives a list, basically all the scripts that are there. And then we can use that in our editor. Public. The dungeons are a little bit different, and we want to it'll be just dungeon names, not implemented as well. And then basically this gives us the dungeon paths. We can read and write to these here. This one you're not going to read and write to, just the script names, but dungeon names gives us the list of all the files that exist in our dungeons folder. Okay. It actually doesn't read or write to these things, but instead loads all of this stuff into memory. Or not memory. It gives us access to load these things. So it's going to be the paths back. So dungeon paths. Let's do dungeon paths. And maybe I should do, you know what, I'm going to make this on a dictionary from string to string. Dungeon paths. A dictionary from dungeon names to dungeon file paths. Similar, this one we only need the script name. We don't actually need the whole path to it. And a collection of all of the scripts, of the names of all of the scripts in this project. Okay. When we init this, okay, I'm feeling pretty good. Compile all of the, yeah, so we'll have that path, so we'll know how to save to that position as well. Okay, compile all of the dungeons, all of the resources of this project into a single dungeon crawler manifest. All right, and then we can choose whether or not we want to write that out. Okay. Yeah, I remember doing Microsoft Word in school, PowerPoint. I feel like we did Dreamweaver or something at some point. I was programming when I was that age, and so I ended up not having to do it. Somehow I got moved into, I don't remember exactly how it worked, but I ended up having like this independent study where I got to hang out with the IT people at my school and help setting up networking devices and printers and stuff. And so that was like a really educational process for me. I was really lucky that they let me do that. But yeah, Dreamweaver, I remember using Dreamweaver. One of my first jobs, I worked at a place that they used Dreamweaver, and it was Dreamweaver and Cold Fusion. So we did back-end stuff with Cold Fusion. That was a really interesting. So Dreamweaver was great for the front end people, the UI people, and then you connected to Cold Fusion for doing all the back end programming, which was interesting. And one of the really interesting things with Cold Fusion was you could write your code in Java. I remember having that. You could connect to jar files that had been compiled, and I know a lot of the tooling that we had was written in Java. I remember that being really, really interesting. All right, so our project should, initialize project structure. Our project should, in fact, I suppose, initialize project structure. I want to do a public void, throw or assert dot fail, so we don't have this fail not implemented. We're gonna have should not override existing project. So this is gonna be if we call initialize and it already exists, it doesn't erase anything. Okay. We want it to retrieve dungeon paths, script names. Yeah. So fact public void retrieve all dungeons, fact, public void, retrieve all scripts, script names, retrieve all dungeon names, and really I don't think this needs to be it because the names and paths, yeah, so we need the so we can load the file, we need the paths. Okay, assert not implemented, that public void, the last one, build dungeon manifest. Okay, so these are the tests we want to be able to do. Initialize the project structure. I guess we do have to give these an iFile system. I'm wondering if instead when we initialize the project, we inject it here, iFile system. File system. I think this is what we need to do. Private, read only, iFile system, file system. I think this makes sense. Make it a dependency that we inject here rather than passing it in. Okay. And so we're going to construct this thing. So let's look at the documentation for this abstraction. So we have a file system, validate. We can validate the directory structure, search top directories only, read text file, test helpers, help to save you from having to mock out every call for basic scenarios. Okay, so we probably are going to bring this into our test library for mocking. A mock file system. Oh yeah, look at that. This is what we're going to do. That looks great. Let's go into our test folder. We're going to add this abstractions here. So we should be able to initialize a file structure. So we're going to do mock file system. I'm going to take this a little bit. Format, import our testing helpers. And so we're going to have a mock file system that's a string of a dictionary to mock file data. This is really cool. And what's interesting is that I have to give it a full file path. I'm wondering if my file system, I can specify the root directory for my project, so new project. All right, so it's going to be a project. Let's make sure we import that using Dungeon Crawler Editor. The project needs to take in the root directory, so we can specify a root directory here. So we can do what's. I'm curious if these tests will work on a Linux system. I probably need to do. It's really, really interesting. Yeah, this feels really interesting here. We'll call this our mock file system. Okay. And so our directory structure is nothing. There's nothing here. I guess our directory is we would add in a... Yeah, I don't think we need to add in anything to it. We just have a mock file system like this. There's no data inside. And we're missing a parenthesis there. Take a look here. When we do project.init project, we want to check that our mock file system was what if things happen to it. So I'm curious what we can do with that there. So we can specify some stuff. I want to see how it was modified. And so I suspect mock file system dot get file, get drive, get file. I want to know whether or not directories were added. Let's look at this here. Gets a file, the file to get the drive, gets drive, the name of a drive to get. I want to know whether or not a path was created. So not adding path. Is there add directory? So there is add directory. I want to see whether or not the directory exists, and so I'm wondering whether or not directory is a file on this. So on some, so we'll check. So I'm gonna do this dot get file. So I'm curious here if we give it the path. Let me create a string here, string root equals c slash project, like that. I'm wondering if this will work on Linux and stuff. We'll find out when we push it up whether or not these pass or fail. My brain's a little bit torn on it a little bit. I wonder if it allows for project root. I'm gonna try it this way. I'm also wondering if I can do path dot combine. Wondering if I can just do this, where it will take this and create a path or combine an array into a path. I'm gonna do this and then combine them together. I'm gonna try this and see how we do. And maybe I should open this up in a, you know what? I think that makes sense to do. Let's go into our console project. So I want to play around with this a little bit. Not what I meant to do. I want to play around with our mock file system just to see what I can expect from it. All right, so we have this here. I should be able to do mock file system. File system equals new. Okay. And I do file system dot add directory projects. And can I do it at project? Let's do string root equals path dot combine project. I'm curious what this looks like. Console dot writeline root. Simon Game Dev, welcome to the stream. Hello, I'm making game dev live streams, and what would be 1 or 2 tips for getting into the affiliate program? It's a good question. Let me think. So, as a person who is not an affiliate, what I can say as far as building a community goes, so I can give you advice on how I have built my community, and I don't even want to say my community. I want how I've built how we as a community have built this community. It's not just me. There's other people involved with this. I started it on accident, kind of, but the biggest tips I can say are for me, when I saw most of my growth was creating a schedule. So I have a schedule that is consistent. So stream consistently at the same time, and having streams that are at least 3 hours long and 3 days a week. So make sure you stream 3 days a week. Those days you stream, you should have a schedule for when you're streaming, and those streams should be at least 3 hours long. I would say that is probably the core of getting a community built, because people want to know when to tune into you. What you do on your stream is going to be more up to you. Find ways to talk and engage with your community. Ask them to participate. So I always like to have people backseat code. I've learned a ton from backseat coding. Create a Discord for people to join. go into other communities and become members of those communities. Don't just pop into a stream, say hi, and then say, oh, I'm going off to stream. It looks bad when you do that. Not you, but when people do that, sometimes there are people that come and say, hey, how's it going? Oh, well, see you later. I'm going to go do my stream now. I think some people see that as like a negative, but join communities, talk to people in those communities, make friends in those. Don't just stream yourself, but go hang out with people. Twitch is an incredible resource for making friends in this category. But that would be my advice is stream on a schedule 3 times a week for at least 3 hours. So like 9 hours minimum per week. And then people will eventually start coming, and then really stream for yourself. That's the other thing. Don't try not to care about the viewers. In my mind, try not to care about the viewers. For example, I just had my viewer count off. I don't even know most of the time how many people are in my stream. I hope that was helpful advice, Simon, but welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. Let's see here. Project. Okay. So let's add a new path here. Path.combine root and dungeons. And then we'll do another one dot scripts like that. And then I want to see, I'm glad it was helpful. File system dot directory info. Oh, this is interesting. What is directory info? Mock system directory info. Okay, var dir info equals console.writeline dir info. Let me ask you though, Simon, what are you streaming? What is this? Can we get any information about this? Does it tell me the directory structure? .new from directory name. File system. I want to know, so that doesn't do much. File system dot as get file. I'm curious. Let's create a couple more. String dungeons equals this. String scripts equals scripts. What I would Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 hours each with 10 to 34 viewers live. Nice. That is, you're saying that you have that? Oh, 10 to 34 views. Okay, so you're getting like 10 to 34 views, not average viewers. Yeah. I don't know. I stream for fun. I stream because I enjoy it, not necessarily for the viewers. It can be fun to have them in there as well, but yeah, what does this return? Mock file data. What I was asking though is what do you do on your stream? Trying to figure out how this mock tool works. Mock directory data. Okay, and if I try and get something that is banana, console.writeline data 2. Null. So this returning null is null. Okay, so then I can check data dot is directory dot, yeah, cool. So I can do this. This is what we want to do. All right, so project should. So this is our root. And then we're gonna create a variable here, string dungeon path.combine to be root and This would be our project.dungeondir script path. Script dir. This is just going to be a new, we don't care. This is just going to start with an empty file structure. Oh, mock. I have to do a mock file system here on the right side. And when I knit the directory here, now I should be able to do mock file system.get file dungeons path dot is directory dot should be true, and script path is a directory should be true. We can check that those, when we initialized it, we ended up with those files. Cool. All right. We want to make sure that we don't overwrite an existing project. So in this case, it's going to be similar to this, but we want to make sure the files don't get modified. Okay. So this is going to be our root dir, the project dir here. We call init. Maybe I should have it throws exception when initializing existing project. That's what I want to have happen. I don't want it to actually be able to even touch an existing project. I gotta be right back. Sorry. Hang on real quick. I'll return in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Okay. So I actually want this to throw an exception and say, hey, there's already a thing here in these places. So we're going to do a var mock file system. We already have that. But now it's going to take in a new dictionary, bring to mock file. Data? How do I, and we'll see if I can make a structure like that. McNets, great to see you, my friend. How you doing on this beautiful Sunday? I hope you're having a beautiful Sunday, my friend. It's always wonderful to see you. Okay, so we want to do Dungeon path dot.
Whoa.
Thank you for the whoa, Julian. Welcome back to the stream as well. I hope you're having a beautiful Sunday. Welcome back to the stream. Really beautiful. I'm glad to hear that. New mock directory. There we go. And ooh, this is interesting. Can we not do a mock file data like that? Let's go look at our mock file system. String to mock, or maybe I'm just not constructing it all the way. Gotta give it a dungeons path. New mock directory. Not contain a constructor. Let's go look at it. Mock directory takes some interesting things here. What are we doing today? Great question. We are continuing to work on our Dungeon Crawler Jam. We're making an engine for our Dungeon Crawler Jam entry. And I'm currently working on creating, so I have this editor here. And I'm working on making it so we can add scripts to it. So I've worked out, so we have this editor for creating maps in our Dungeon Crawler. And I'm working on adding an interface today. And we worked on this a little bit yesterday, but realized I was lacking stuff. So we can specify the types of walls that are in our Dungeon Crawler. So it's sort of like a 2D grid-based game. It's going to be first person. I want to be able to add scripts. So we added Lua scripting, but I need in my editor to be able to specify scripts at specific locations rather than manually doing it by hand in some sort of configuration file. So I'm building an editor for that. And as I'm going, I'm realizing I need some structures for my project. So I'm defining this class right now, which is a project. And the project defines how that file structure is laid out and provides a tool for building up a Dungeon Crawler manifest. So the Dungeon Crawler manifest is basically a list that has all the information for playing the game. So we have the Dungeon Crawler manifest, which is just the list of names to the dungeons, and then scripts here. And so I need this so that way I can actually, in my editor, reference scripts that are in directory. So I'm gonna write the scripts separate from the editor, so I don't have to build in like a text editor into my tooling. And instead, it's just gonna be able to locate those files. So I'm writing some tests here to make sure that, to ensure my project tool builds the structure I want, is able to access and give me back files that I want that are within this file structure, and doesn't let me accidentally destroy my existing project. So we're writing a test right now, so we throw an exception if we try to initialize an existing project. So this will prevent us from doing that. Yeah, but feel free to ask any questions you might have. I can kind of show you what it's gonna look like a little bit, but our Dungeon Crawler Jam starts next on Friday, actually. So I'm trying to build a tool for making a dungeon crawler. So then when we get the theme, and it's a little bit easier to actually build out something that has a story and events and that sort of thing. And I'm just having fun pushing Unity to some sort of extremes. But this is sort of what it looks like right now. Like this. So you're able to move around in this environment. And that's kind of all we have right now. In fact, there's more here. It's just not running. There's doors and secret doors, and there's a little bit of a scripting language that I have, so you can actually modify the world through scripts. And what I'm working on right now is making it easy to attach scripts to specific locations in the game. Yeah, that's what we have so far. And so I am, like I said, I'm working on this project class right now, which is going to be sort of the structure, a file structure that has everything we need. And then this can turn into what I'm calling a Dungeon Crawler manifest. And that can be handed off to our engine to actually play the game. So there's like two steps. I'm building an editor for creating the Dungeon Crawler. And then I'm building the actual engine which runs the game. So given all the stuff that we built, go run the game. So really, really cool. I'm having a lot of fun. I think it's pretty cool. I was gonna say really, really cool project, but for me, it's really cool. I've never done anything quite like this. So I'm learning a ton. I've been reading this book, Game Engine Architecture, and it's given me a lot of insights on how to structure it as well. So this book here, Game Engine Architecture, fantastic book. It's not about like Unity game engine or Unreal game engine. It's about like how to structure game engines for a game. So like writing your own game engine for a specific game, not too generalized. Unity and Unreal Unity in particular is like a very generalized game engine. Unreal is less generalized, but pretty generalized as well. So I want to come in here. What's interesting, I guess I could make path.combine dungeon path, and then add in another thing here called dungeon.json and give it a new mock file data dungeon, call this dungeon 0 or simple another like this, and then we would want to have another one that's like a scriptster script path tavern.lua tavern like this. So we can have this sort of file structure here. When we go to init the project, we actually should throw an exception. So we should do should throw. How did we do it? Should.throw. There we go. And this is going to be, it's not really a state exception. It needs to throw an exception that is sort of a file exists, file system. What exceptions do we have? Exception. I want to have an exception that sort of represents that the project already exists. I don't really want to make my own exception. I suppose I could. I want an exception that a file already exists. C# file exists exception. File that exists or an exception. What is the exception I should do? IO exception might be the right one. Let's do a new IO exception. And then we're going to say that when we do project.init project here, we should throw an IO exception. Throws IO exception when initializing existing project. So we can't initialize if that structure already exists. So we want to be able to retrieve all of the dungeon names. Okay. And the name to the file path. Yeah. So this one here, we should do project dot dungeon path. Oh, this is a, all right, dungeon paths dot should dot count dot should be 2. We have 2 dungeons. Project dot dungeon paths dot keys dot should be subset of simple and another. Oops. That. And then it should be project dot dungeon paths dot values dot should be subset of simple dot json another dot json. Isn't quite right because it actually needs to be the full path to it. So it should be project path.combine dungeon path simple JSON, as well as path dot combine dungeons path and another dot JSON. so. Okay. So when we retrieve all the dungeons, it gives us the name, the simple, another, and then those are .jsons. We don't care about the .json, we care about the name of that file. All right, we'll do something similar for our scripts. Okay, and let's add a second script in here. Tavern.lua, another.lua, another. In this case, our project dot, let's add the third one. Third.lua, third. Project here. Nordice, welcome back to the stream. Great to see you again, friend. Happy Sunday. I hope you're doing well. We're gonna do project dot. Couldn't you mock the data outside the functions? My personal preference is to do as little outside of the test function as possible. That said, it probably actually makes sense to do this as a theory. Now that you've said that, it probably makes sense to do this as a theory so that I have two different ones. Yeah, exactly. Well, more importantly is that this data, instead of being a fact, should be a theory and say, hey, it should work with different file structures, right? So different root paths would be the way to do it. BK, oh, I forgot I took my hat off. We got to get another hat added. I didn't mean to take the hat off. Thank you for the hat redeem. We should have a second one on there. Nordice, I think you're right, though. Thank you for the hat redeem, BK. I appreciate it. Happy Sunday, my friend. Yeah, I think you're right, Nordice, that it would make sense to put this into a member data. I don't think it necessarily makes sense to reuse it, but maybe it does. We'll see here. Congratulations on number 7, number 8, and number 6. I think you're right that I might want to put these together outside. I think that would make sense. So I think I'm going to actually do 2 file systems separately outside, and we'll pass those file systems into this these classes. Let me finish this real quick. And we have our expected examples. All right, so I think you're right. Let's do that. Public static mock file system empty project, and this will have a get here, and it will return just an empty file system like that. So this one could be as simple as this: new mock file system. Okay. And it'll tell us that we don't need this. So in this case, we'll just do, I still need a reference to it. This one's being modified, so it makes less sense to do it there. All right. We'll call this actually simple project return, and it's going to be this one here. This one's more important. Return mock file system. These could be some constants. Oh, they can't be constants, but we can make them read only. There we go. Okay. And then this could get constructed in that way. So do a simple one here. Let's give it a couple different tavern. Second, third, second, third. Okay. So down here, it's producing a new one each time, so I actually think I like this a little better. Make simple project. Thindle, thank you for the hat redeem. Let's get another hat on this stack, my friend. Thindle, I hope you're having a beautiful day. Happy Sunday. Let's get a hat added to the stack. Thank you very much. You know, just like good old Mask used to say, somebody stop me. I did. I got an IKEA hat. Krasenstein got me one yesterday, just like Grumpy. Yeah, now we can do IKEA-driven development. We're doing IKEA-driven development today. The tweeting is spreading. It's true. Okay. So in this case, this makes sense. We could just do make simple project. Down here, retrieve all dungeons. Make simple project. Like that. This now contains Crass. Welcome back to the stream. It was wonderful hanging out with you yesterday. Thank you for being here. Simple. Another JSON. There we go. Yeah, this is much better. Make simple project. Dude, I had a great time. Nord Ice, thank you so much for this advice. I actually like this better. Add Nord Ice 125. See, sometimes I think I know what I'm doing, and then someone comes in and helps me out. Ryan, welcome back to the stream as well. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. I hope you're having a beautiful day, everybody. Congratulations on number 9, Thindle. Number 9. So this should be script names dot count dot should be 3, and then project dot script names dot should be subset of, and we're gonna go with tavern second third tavern Lua second dot Lua third dot Lua. Those are the things that should be in there. All right. Lastly, building the dungeon manifest is really interesting. This test is going to be kind of tricky to put together here, I think. And we can make this have theories accept more stuff in here. You might need to break and leave at a later time. Reset here. You already claimed your points today. Nice try. You had to work yesterday. I'm sorry it wasn't a pleasant experience. I hope it wasn't too awful, but I hope today is a better day. All right, here we're gonna go. In this build dungeon manifest is interesting because we need to actually, so we're gonna have to construct a really interesting file. File system has to be a little bit more real. And so let's do this is really interesting. We have to do the following. We make a simple project. Let's build up a dungeon. Simple equals new dungeon, like that. Dungeon, another equals new. Let's add in another dot walls dot set wall. We'll just give this thing a wall new position. Or we could steal these actually from another project. No, we're gonna do this for now. Position 0, 0, facing north. All right, we're gonna set a wall that's solid here. And we have to build a dungeon manifest. Dungeon crawler manifest. Manifest equals new. Yeah, this is interesting because I want to be able to get a manifest. Need to build a manifest from these things. The public static dungeon crawler manifest, simple manifest. Okay. Because I want to be able to populate something. I need to be able to check that this produces. Does this need to actually be able to produce anything? We'll call it, hang on, we're gonna change this to simple. Change this one to, yeah, because it has to be able to build a manifest at the end of the day. another. Throw new not implemented exception. Yes, picture confirmation too. We traveled all the way to his town to see him. It's true. It's amazing. Today's going absolutely beautiful, Krasenstein. Any day I can wake up and code with the crew is a beautiful day, and today is no different. Make simple file system. Julian, good point. Make simple file system. Julian, for helping me be better. 100 points to you, my friend. Thank you so much. That's right, Beegs. We got a dungeon crawler going on here, folks. If you guys don't know, the incredible Beegs, Unity developer, streamer, human being extraordinaire. Go give him some love. Give him some love. Beegs, how you been, my friend? What have you been working on recently? Yeah, so this needs to be not a manifest, it should be a dungeon. Simple dungeon. We'll just call this empty dungeon. Empty dungeon. Public static dungeon. Simple dungeon. Get. Oh, this should. Hang on. This should be a get. Can't you reference the mock data from dungeon? Should. That's a good idea. I can. It's not the mock data, so like I need to. Let's try that. Empty dungeon should dot simple dungeon dot to JSON. To JSON. Can I do an import on this? Dungeon. Do I not have a to dungeon? JSON extensions. Where's my JSON extensions? Model extensions. What? Where did this go? Model extensions to JSON. I don't have a dungeon to JSON. This whole thing is kind of gnarly. Let's write a static method here. Public static string to JSON of type T. And then this is going to be a T data. JSON convert serialize object data with our converters. Like that. Just wrapped up my own game jam, which is the main reason I'm not doing DC Jam this year. No worries. No worries. So you ran a game jam, Peaks? You ran a game jam? I didn't know that. That's super cool. That's really cool. I don't want this because then everything has a dot to JSON on it, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't want that because that's going to cause insanity. But what I did want to do is go ahead and add, like part of me wants to get rid of these. If I make it this, then everything has to JSON in it, which is like not really what I want. I could do to model JSON maybe. So instead, now I need to do JSON extensions dot to JSON like this. Part of me feels like this could be done up here, so we're not reproducing this string every time. It feels wasteful to reproduce that string every time. Put it static string mock file data. Simple dungeon equals new this. All right. Simple dungeon file. This will be our 2x2 dungeon file. The Lumen, it is Sunday, and I hope you're having a beautiful day. Yeah, Nordice, we could have done that. I just found in the past when I've done that as a terrible idea, because then it ends up conflicting with all kinds of stuff. All right, so now here, we're gonna be able to do that. We want this to be a simple dungeon file. This will be our 2x2 dungeon file. If you live on the East Coast or West Coast, if it's personal, understand it's okay. I try not to talk about exactly where I live. I'm in the United States though. IDNT, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. I've just had some issues with some people sending me weird stuff, so I try to not do too much personal information on stream. I hope that's okay, Ryan. Yeah. So, but yeah. IDNT, how have you been? Welcome back to the stream. Beeg says, yeah, I do an annual game jam. This is the 4th one. I call it Beeg's Jam because I'm modest like that. Awesome, Beegs. Next time we'll have to try and do it. I happen to be on spring break next week, was one of the reasons I do this one. I was really glad it ended up on my spring break again. Oh, not next week, but the week it runs, I happen to be on spring break, so it works out. Simple JSON 2x2. Okay, so given this information, I should be able to construct the dungeon manifest that this will produce. Okay. Oh, nothing to apologize about, Ryan. Thank you so much for asking if it was okay to ask. I really appreciated that. Nothing to be sorry about. Okay, so now I want to do project equals new, root make simple file system. Project dot build. All right, so this is gonna give us back a dungeon crawler manifest, and then it should be equal to, and I'm gonna make a dungeon crawler manifest that it should be. We'll call this actual. And we're gonna do an expected here. Dungeon crawler manifest expected equals a new. This needs to have 2 dungeons, expected dot add dungeon. And one of the dungeons we're gonna add to it. Add dungeon takes in a name, right? A name in the dungeon. So we had this as simple. Yeah, simple. And the data should be this. Okay. We want to add in another one, and it should be our another. And it is going to be our 2x2 room. Expected dot add script. The script should be tavern second third. Okay, so we're gonna add a script. It's gonna be tavern.lua, and it's gonna be a new. This is interesting. There's like not enough. We need to create some example scripts here. Oliverius. Oh, Liverius. Thank you for following me today. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Oliverius, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Sunday. Welcome to the crew. Nordai says you could have an empty interface IJSONable and where T is IJSONable. That's true. So then the interface would just be sort of a tag thing. So Nordice, but then I have to specify in the non-IO module that this thing should be serializable. So I'm trying my best to create a serialized assembly, one that's like completely separate from the data assembly, which I'm not sure I like it so far. But yeah, I can't do that because I'd have to attach that interface. Ryan asked me, what did I eat for breakfast? I haven't had well, I guess I had a slice of pizza, but I wouldn't consider that breakfast. That was at like 2:30 a.m. If you count that as breakfast, then maybe. But yeah, I'm planning to eat breakfast after the stream. I usually eat breakfast after the stream. Super early here for me. So this actually shouldn't be the tavern. This needs to have more we're missing information here because our dungeon needs to have those events attached to those dungeons. That's interesting. Had coffee for breakfast, so that won't end badly at all. I have coffee here myself. This is really interesting because the script, this is telling me that I've constructed my dungeon manifest incorrectly. Dungeon crawler manifest. It shouldn't go to an event script because, oh no, it does go to an event script. Awesome, easy peasy. All right, so this should actually be a new event script because that just has the script inside of it, and the script itself is tavern. Beautiful. Tavern, second.lua, third.lua, and this is second and third. Second, third. Okay, so that actually makes sense. I believe actual dot should be expected. So we have two dungeons, three scripts inside of it. And we're gonna have to keep adding to these tests as we go, which is an interesting thing here. Oh, Orshi, I'm sorry you're out of coffee. That sounds awful. VR Stanchev, welcome back to the stream. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. I hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. I'm out of tea, rarely drink coffee myself. I had to cut myself off from coffee a little bit ago. All right, so I think we're in a good place here. I think we're in a good place to have some tests, to actually do some stuff. Build dungeon manifests. I should add with scripts and with build dungeon manifest with dungeons and scripts. Because as I grow my project, as we add different types to it, I'm gonna have more tests here. So build dungeon manifest with dungeons and scripts. We're gonna have to add one later for when I add in textures and other stuff to it as well. But this should get us there for now. Quick note, that breakfast pizza though, oh man, that breakfast pizza was good. Yeah, Krasenstein, I had my mushroom pizza, just a slice of it for a morning snack. I'll call it pre-breakfast. All right, let's do a .NET build. Let's move up a directory. .NET build. We're gonna make sure we build, then we're gonna do a .NET test. We should have 5 failing tests, and we're gonna implement it. .NET tests. Here, we're gonna implement this test. Okay, so they all fail. One thing I might want to do is get, just for help here, public string scripts path to scripts throw not. This one feels silly to do. I don't know if I actually need to test this one. This is just going to be path.combine root directory scripts. And I just want to have this as an easy dungeon path to dungeons. Oh, I don't need this. No, I am going to need this because I'm going to eventually need to save, create an empty dungeon or something. Root directory to, I don't need this yet. Let's get rid of it. I was about to say, I thought I needed it. I don't think I actually need that. Okay, let's write an implementation here. Sorry, thank you for what you do. Keep and love the support up. I wish you the best life. Don't worry about number of followers. Just enjoy the journey. Absolutely. Absolutely, my friend. That's exactly right. I keep my viewer count off. I don't even, I'm here. I'm having fun just streaming. Quick note. Yeah, that breakfast pizza was awesome. That was excellent too. I probably have some decade-old tea in the cupboard. I know that feeling. I was at this Renaissance fair once and I bought a bunch of tea. As in tea, it's interesting. I go through like these waves where I drink lots of tea and then I don't drink tea. I drink lots of tea and then I don't drink tea. And it does get old. It does kind of get stale. All right, let's start with the init project. Init project here. So we'll have our if file system should be file system dot path. I want to check it exists. Does it have it is? Right, there's entry dot get file system dot. Where's our get? What? Let me look at this. Directory. I must have to do something else with it. That was interesting. Chief Multi-Hat, welcome to the stream. Have you met the Chief? Chief Multi-Hat is wearing so many hats, even more than the captain has on the head. Chief Multi-Hat, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. You want me to tell you a crazy story? Maybe. Once there was a man, and his name was Stan, and he owned a fan, and his cousin's name was Dan, and Stan and Dan took a stand against the man, and that's just a crazy thing to do. Cheap multi-story, multi-hat, happy to have you, not multi-story. I didn't mean rap. Was that a rap? Did you think I was rapping? That was not rapping. I was not trying to rap. File system. What's interesting here is how do I use this thing? I swear. File system dot file. I want to directory dot create directory. Okay. Okay, so we want to do dot exists. And we're going to go with root directory. I'm going to say if the root directory exists, throw new IO exception, cannot initialize project at, and then we'll do our root directory. Path already exists. Okay, so it won't let us do it if something's already there. There we go. .NET tests. I didn't mean to rap. It was a banger. I'm glad to hear. All right, so that one test succeeds now. I guess we could run it here so we get a little bit of a better visual. Making our hour of college with this one. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Project should. Okay. So our IO exceptions there. Okay, so then we want to make a directory. So if it doesn't exist, we should be able to do file system.create.directory.create directory. Root creates all directories and subdirectories. So we do root directory. Yeah, so it might be helpful with this. We'll do combine path.combine root directory with dungeon-dir, script-dir, like that. That should initialize it for us. There we go. Oh, gotcha. Making out of college. Beegs with the hat redeem. Let's get another hat added to this stack. Boom. Boom, making that deep. Isn't it Isn't init confusing? You would need some way of initializing an existing project. No, so so what we would need is public bool is initialized or exists or something like that. So I think you're right. I think you're right here. So it exists if all of those paths exist in there, or is initialized. Nordice, good point. Some way of initializing and an existing project, right? So it's not necessarily initializing. This is just creating the directory structure for it. So what we need to do is say if it's not initialized, then we can do it. So like basically we can't edit it if it's not initialized. And so this is interesting here is what does is initialized look like? Or is project folder? Is project folder? Yeah, we need something like this where we like select the project. We need to know whether or not it exists. So basically a init project, what I'm going to do is, so in the editor, there's going to be an option to like select a folder, and then it takes that folder and knows whether or not it's a project folder. Is Panic 5, Panic O, is Panic 05, is Panic 05. I would like to welcome you to the crew now, is Panic 05. Welcome to the stream, my friend. It's Panic. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Sunday. So I do think init actually like creates the file structure for it. So it might make sense to call like create empty project. Something like this, like create empty project. I don't know if that's right. Create project file structure. So init project feels like the wrong word for it, right? So create project file structure might be a better name for a method on it. So like it's making sure that file structure exists. Skydriver, hi Captain Coder, how are you? I'm doing absolutely wonderful. How was your meetup? Always absolutely wonderful. Got myself an IKEA hat, ate a bunch of pizza, and chatted with some awesome people. I'm doing absolutely wonderful. How are you, Skydriver? Great to have you here. Do you like using different languages? When you say different languages, programming languages? Yeah, I use a bunch of different programming languages all the time. I happen to really like C# currently. I'm open to suggestions on a better name for this method because I'm not sure I like it. Maybe it's initialize file structure. Initialize project directory. Let's do that. Initialize project directory. But I do need a way to know whether or not the file directory exists. Public bool is project directory. Like this. So we kind of want to go in and say, is this thing a project directory? Like that. Loads of programming languages like HTML. Yeah, HTML is what I often refer to it as a coding language. Enjoy your day, Ryan. Try not to have enjoy your day. Try not to get too worried at work. I hope you have a beautiful day. Looking forward to talking to you with you again soon. You're welcome back anytime, my friend. So really, we want to return file system.directory.exists, the root directory, as well as these other ones. How far into this crawler are you? So Oliverius, I'm trying to build an engine for creating dungeon crawlers. So I'm trying to build my tooling for it. And so rather than actually, because the game gen starts next week, I'll show you what I have in just a moment. I'm like right in the middle of a thing. But if you hang out for just a minute and remind me, I can show you what we have so far. But yeah, I'm trying to build an engine for creating a dungeon crawler. And it should take an existing path, and that should check whether it's a valid project. So you suggest that it should be a static method. So this would need to take in an ifile system. File file system, and a string root directory. I like that. Nordice, that's a much, I really like that. I really like that a lot. And so I like this. I like this. Okay. Let's call this root directory just so we can do some easy renaming. Root directory, root path, file system. I like this. I like this a lot. And so then we'll refactor that other thing. So is project directory is going to be a similar thing here. Ooh, I like this a lot. Public static is project directory string root path file system. This is a much more functional programming approach as well. But now throw new not implemented exception. Let me go fix these tests here, because now I don't actually need the project. What I do is I'll test initialize project directory. Should be initialize. This should be project that initialize project directory, and it takes in our root and our make simple file system like that. Okay, and then this becomes project dot initialize mock file system here, and a root path root. Okay, let's make sure we build. So Nordice, I actually like this better because it separates the idea of data and functionality. So the static methods are operating on, like performing something, whereas the project itself will still have data, but it's sort of like a project, like data reader type thing. Let's do a .NET test here. I like this better. So I appreciate the, talking me through this stuff or making your suggestions. I love the pair programming experience here a lot. It's one of the reasons I love streaming my work, because the pair programming. Okay, so we have that here. All right, Nordice, let me show you my editor. So I'm building. It's a little bit hard because the editor's not complete yet. It's very, very small, tiny thing I have here. So I'm building this editor right now. This editor currently, the only thing it really supports is drawing walls. I can change the type of wall that I have in my game. Okay. So it basically supports creating, destroying walls, so building my maps. And what I'm working on adding now is an interface for attaching scripts. So the engine itself uses Lua scripts. So right now I can press a button and it adds a script, but I can't edit or modify that script at all. No, it doesn't require you to make an engine at all. Last year I didn't make an engine. This is just something that it's a personal challenge for myself. The personal challenge for myself. And then I'm using Unity to render the project. So this is sort of what the project looks like. So I have the editor and then I have the engine. So I'm sort of doing both, and my engine is running in Unity. So here's the engine in Unity. I can like move around in my world, rotate, look around, but I also have access to run scripts. So I've built in this thing here. So if I want to, I can like modify the world via scripts just to test it out like that. So I have this as the game engine, and then I have the editor, which is going to produce files that you give to this editor. One thing I'm considering doing, we'll see what the theme is, but one of the themes that it could be would be Living Dungeon. And I kind of think it might be cool to do sort of a multiplayer thing where the game, it's not multiplayer all at the same time, but you can go in and you can actually add and create your own new maps and parts of the world. And then people can go and visit those. So you can actually submit new things to the world. That's an idea I have. Whether or not that'll actually happen, to be seen. But yeah, so we have our editor right now. I'm working on building up this project thing here, which will actually let me like add scripts and have a file structure. that will compile the whole thing into a manifest that I can hand off to the engine. Okay. Is project directory here? Yeah, so this is going to be return true if we have the correct file structure. File system dot directory dot exists root. This should just be lowercase file system now. Root path and file system dot directory dot exists. Root path. Path dot combine root path dungeon dir and file system dot directory dot exist path dot combine root path script dir here. Yeah. And if you're new to the stream, anyone here, you're welcome to ask any questions. I appreciate backseat coding. We learn and code and grow together as a crew here. This project's actually fully open source as well, so you can go look at the source code of it. If you want to, you're welcome to try and make pull requests to it. No promises that I'll accept a pull request, but if you're trying to submit issues or play testing or checking it out, I'm really open to those ideas. Let's make sure our tests continue to pass here. Should really add in a test for this. That wouldn't be that hard to do. So let's do that. Fact public void should check project dir. Okay. And should validate project directory. Okay. And then we have a project dot is project directory root make simple file system. So this isn't a simple file system, it's a file system. Make project file system. There we go. So it has a project in it. Olivia says, working on my first real game, so seeing what you're doing looks foreign. Very interesting though. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not a traditional game dev. I've only been doing game dev for about a year, a little bit more than a year. So, but I've been programming for 20 plus years. So I don't necessarily do things in a very game developer-y way from what I understand and from what I've seen other people do. Invalidate non-project directory. So we want to do project.is project directory. Oh, this should be true. And then we'll give it a root here, and then I got to give it a non-project file system here. Should be false. So let's make a mock file system. Just look at this real quick, and it will have some stuff. So we'll do root, and we'll call it path.combine root not dungeon, like that. New mock file data string dot empty not script, and this should be non-project file system. All right, so let's run these tests, make sure it works. We don't build because I'm missing a comma. There we go. Double check that these are kind of working. All right. Initialize, invalidate, validate. Okay. All right. Let's keep going here. Nordice, for all your suggestions, thank you so much. Points, add Nordice. 200 points. Thank you again. Really helping me work through this, making me make better decisions. I really appreciate that. All right, dungeon paths is going to be a get here, and we need to do a file system dot. Honestly, these all kind of feel like they should be static methods, and there shouldn't really be a project. These should just be static methods. I don't know that there actually should be a project class anymore. We just pass in the root and we get this stuff back. So honestly, I feel like this should be a static class project here. And we just keep passing those things. And I think this makes more sense, a little bit more functional programming on it. We don't have state that we now have to manage or keep track of. And these make a lot of sense now. It's constant saying, hey, by the way, there's going to be a directory called script. There's going to be a directory called this, that. So, and this will just be get dungeon path, string root, file system like this. Yeah, I honestly like this structure better. Throw new exception. Let's do this. I like that. Public static string root file system. The only thing that was really happening when we had this as a class was we were injecting file system rather than passing it here. But we can essentially create one at the start of singleton it, supposedly. Yeah, so the dependency injection, I was passing into this here, the file system I wanted to use. This is what lets me mock it. But I don't have to if these are all static functions. It doesn't matter. So we'll do a string root file system like that. This would be a static now. So we just say, oh, where's the root of the project? Do this stuff. There's no reason to have this be a class because it actually isn't maintaining anything. The only thing it was maintaining was the file system. That's all it was maintaining. And really what we could do is we could make these extension methods on file system, because that's the one thing that's common between all of them. So we could do file system.initialize project directory and then give it a root path. Is project or build, get script names. So that actually feels much better to me to do it like this. I actually really like this because it's really operating on the file system. And this becomes project path or whatever. I actually really like this. Bigs! 724 big ones. Someone is saying we should call him Captain Coder Coffee. Captain Coder's collectible coffee coins instead of channel points. Not many hats in that balance. That's okay, Beaks. It's okay. Just if you bide your time. If you bide your time, wait long enough, you know, you can buy all the hats of your dreams. So now we could actually do make project file system dot is project directory root dot should be true. I like that. I like that a lot. Non-project file system dot is project directory root should be false. Yeah, I like this quite a bit. Dot initialize project root. Beaks, have you done the Dungeon Crawler Jam in the past? You mentioned you're not doing it this year. Was that an implication that you have done it in the past? All right, so now we'll need to do make project file system dot get dungeon paths root. There, this is returning a dungeons. And this can be dungeons like that. Surprisingly, get dungeon path, return an iDictionary. String to string. Oh, this is just saying that, yeah, this isn't a compiler error. Okay. Similar make project files and that get script paths. You gotta change the name of that. Get script names. Root. And this should be enumerable. Well, we'll turn it into an array. String array scripts. Like this. And we'll check that our scripts, yeah. Okay. Almost done with this refactor here. Make file system dot build root .NET build. Looks like we might have a compilation issue here. Yes, this becomes mock file system dot initialize project directory root, like that. So we're swapping around. We're writing these static functions, but then we can call them, we can use them as though they were methods on. Scripts. Oh yeah, Nordites, I think this is way better because I was like, there's not really any state here. The only reason this object exists is so I can pass in a single file system. And now I create my file system separately, and now my file system has methods that I call on it. It's way better. It's way better. So thank you so much for helping me see this option. It wouldn't be this way without you. So I really appreciate your backseating there. It helps so much. I know people get worried about backseating, but I can't help but say, please, please, please backseat away, because I may not see something that you guys see. You may program in a different way than me, and that can help me grow. I can say like, well, why would you do it that way? Let's see if we understand why it's that way. I'm not always going to agree or do something, but it helps us sort of see and do things better together. Okay. I need to take a quick break. We've been going for 2 hours. I'm going to get myself some tea. I'm going to refresh my water. We're going to come back. Oh, that's good. We're going to get some stretches in. The hat stack is coming off, so we're resetting the hat stack. So get that hat button ready. We'll be back, folks. Don't go anywhere. Captain Coder will return momentarily. See you in a moment. All right, everybody, we're back. Hope you didn't miss me too much. I missed you. We're gonna get some stretches in, folks. If you're like me, you're hunched over your computer all day like a coding troll. Maybe you're an internet troll, maybe you're a cave troll, maybe you're a basement troll. Whatever type of troll you are, you deserve some love. You should love yourself. And if you love yourself, you gotta love that body. Gotta love that body, and one way you can love that body is getting up, getting some stretches. I'm gonna encourage you, I'm gonna implore you, I'm gonna engorge you. Beaks, I'm engorging you to stand up, my friend. Ascertainment, it's great to see you. Go ahead and stand up, we're gonna get some stretchy stretches in, folks. Oh yeah, stand up, arms up the side, we're gonna do a trunk twist. To the right, to the left. It's nice and slow, back and forth. Good, are you stretching? Are you doing the trunk twist, me? Me too. I mostly work standing as well. My standing desk. Oh, yeah. That trunk twist. Go ahead and raise those arms up. We're going to lean to the right. And then we're going to lean to the left. Bring it back. Oh, yeah. Just a few more. Last time. Oh, last stretch here. There we go. There we go. Very nice. Let's get some shoulders rolls in. Take those. I spilt some water on me or coffee or something. I just saw it in my camera right there. Captain Slob today. Let's get those shoulders. I'm gonna roll them up, back, and down. We're gonna roll the shoulders back. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. Oh, 2, 3, 4. Full arms. 2, 3, 4, roll them forward. 2, 3, 4, add the elbows. 2, 3, 4, full arms. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, shake it out. Shake it out. Get that blood flowing, get that body moving. Every 60 minutes, 90 minutes, 2 hours, you gotta get up, move around. Get your body some love. We're gonna hop back into it for joining me in those stretches. For joining me in those stretches, you beautiful people. You're all gonna get some points. Points at all, because I know you did them. I know you were there stretching with me. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're gonna hop back in now. We're gonna see if we can finish writing this. We're gonna do get dungeon paths here. So given a file system, get all of the files that are in this directory. Okay. So that's the idea here. We got to build the dictionary here. So dictionary, string to string, dungeon paths. The idea is this is what we want to do. At the end of the day, we're going to return dungeon paths here. This is what's called an aggregate function. It takes some data, has a loop inside, loops over the file system here. So we're going to do file system dot directory dot enumerate files, returns an enumerable collection of full file names in the specified path. All right, so we're going to do a path.combine, and then we're going to combine this in from our root and scriptdir like this. Okay, we're going to enumerate these files. It goes back in enumerator, and we could probably use some link here. So we're going to do to dictionary. Okay. So we have our path. Well, what's interesting is I want to take, it's interesting here. I want to take our path, go to, and I want to extract to dictionary. What are we producing? It's going to be a function from a T source to a T key. Is that right? T source tuple of event, T source T key. Oh, this is a key selector. Okay, to dictionary. New. I want to give it a key value pair. How do I construct? How do I give it a key value pair here? Do I return a tuple? Boo bar. Is it okay if I do this? Does it? Okay, this is what I want. We're gonna go to a path. We're going to have a thing that says get name, path, and then the actual path here. And we need to have a function, and at the end of the day, we're just going to return this. Did you finally break down and figure out those dictionaries and call Webster? Did you finally break down to figure out these dictionaries and call Webster? I did. It's a true story. String. I'm not sure what you're referring. I think there's a joke in there, and I'm too dumb to know what the joke is. What is this actually passing in here? A string. Yeah. Okay. So it's gonna just return path for now. This will fail. Wait. Why did this fail? Enumerate files. IEnumerable string. Should go to a string of strings, right? I do path. Path? Oh, interesting. This is not doing what I thought it was. All right, let's look at this. C# to dictionary. IEnumerable. Why is this? IEnumerable. How do I get rid of that? Oh, continue as captain. What's going on here? Go away, stack over. That was weird. It's like that little pop-up was bleeding over into multiple things. Okay. The Oxford English. I don't understand the Webster dictionary. Oh, gotcha. Dictionaries and Webster dictionaries. I gotcha. I'm Captain Coder's dumb. I'm a simpleton. And Tuber Tugger, 125 points. That was a good joke, and I wasn't good enough to understand it. To dictionary. The enumerable is just a source. See, this is what I thought. T source. Oh, T source and T key. T source to a function of T source T key to a function of T source T element. Oh, we have to give two. Okay, we have to give two functions here. All right, so the first one will be get name, and then the second one is going to be just p path goes to path. There we go. No, you were totally fine. I was thinking you were referring to yesterday on stream. We were trying to do some stuff with dictionaries and I was having trouble with it. And I thought you were saying something about using web or Webstering it. I don't know. I was confused. When you're deep in code, real world stuff stops existing. That's absolutely true. I forgot to bring a little plate in here for my tea bag. Hang on real quick. I'm going to go grab that. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. My friend asked if you're in the Matrix. It's true. It's true. We're all in the Matrix. There's no escaping the Matrix. Okay. So I want to know what this looks like here. But we're going to do a path separate. I want to get path dot get file name without extension. I believe this is what we want. And so I should actually be able to just do this. Can return null. It returns a string question mark. Okay, we'll have this throw a new IO exception or something. What's interesting about that? Let's try this. I'm surprised that it lets me do this and doesn't complain. Why does this not complain? It returns a string question mark. Accepts a string. Oh, it knows not null if not null. Nice. So we can do that. Okay. .NET test. Let's see if we pass this test. I like that. Simple. Simple, if true. Did not get all names in path. Let's go see what's going on here. Saying the count should be 2, but wasn't. Was 3. Did I add in a third? There should only be 2. All right, let's figure out what the third one is. We'll debug this. That is really interesting to me. Oh, we need to do it at, yeah, that should be right. Count 3. Get dungeon pass. Okay, so we're passed in. This is why we're at unit test. Check it out. Look, I put the wrong thing here. Oh yeah, local function lambdas. Look at that. Look at that. Tasty. Okay, still didn't work. Come on. Okay, should be subset of. All right, let's debug this test. This is going to be interesting because that makes sense. I know what's going on here. So our count is 2 now. You know, unit testing for jam pressure, or is this more of a show and learn situation? So I am. Depends how long the jam is. If it's a 48-hour jam, probably not. So this is me writing a tool that I plan to use during the jam. So in my mind, this tool needs to be pretty solid to be able to use it during the jam effectively and not be confused. So I'm writing an editor to be able to use it during the jam. During the jam, I'll probably write very few unit tests. No, the jam starts on Friday. So I'm creating a tool to be used during the jam. So I'm trying to write a dungeon crawler engine before the jam starts. That's what I'm trying to do. Space Cadet, welcome back to the stream. Yeah, I'm trying to actually, yeah, I should have started sooner. So this is okay. What's interesting here is I understand why this isn't, because like my paths here should be subset of this, but had this C thing at the beginning. So I don't know how to resolve that. You want the tool to be brain dead simple to use when you're focused. Exactly. Space Deck Commander, I hope you're having a beautiful day. Glad to have you here with us. So one thing I could do would be do this. I wonder if I could do this. Wonder if it will. No. Path.combine. I'm wondering. Wonder if I just need to do this. I really dislike this. I just saw you in the software and game dev. Alejo 47. Let me know if it's Alejo or Alejo. Alejo is how I would pronounce it. But how you doing, friend? Great to have you here on this beautiful day. Happy Sunday. Thank you for popping in, Alejo. Welcome aboard, my friend. Happy to have you here. I hope you're having a beautiful day. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Backseat coding is welcome here. We're here to learn and code and grow together as a crew. But how do you pronounce 47? Alejo 47. What would that be? What? Oh, I can't think of 40. What is 40? Because like in my mind, I want to do 27, which would be 27. 30? Is it 30? 40. I don't know why I couldn't. You know the craziest thing? I took 4 years of Spanish. I don't know why I couldn't. My brain was dying there. 40? 47? 47? Is that correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. I should just stop trying. Look, I'm just making things worse. Path.drive. Is there something about doing a drive? 47. Okay, so you have to do the and in there. Directory separator character. I'm wondering if this works. You know, I think this is going to be the same. Let's try this. Can I do that? Gotcha. So I learned, and correct me if I'm wrong, when I was in this, I took Spanish that was Spain, like Spain origin Spanish. So I know in Mexico, there's like a different accent and different idioms in the language as well. So I remember, so I grew up in a place where people, a lot of people were from Mexico. And when I was taking Spanish, they'd say, well, that's weird. That's not how we do it. That's not how you say it. And it turned out that it was one or the other. Okay, so this works if I just specify that we put a C at the beginning here. Okay, so hopefully that'll pass when we ship it off to a Unix system, Unix file system as well. All right, we're gonna do script names next. Here. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know enough about enumerate files, path.combine. TuberTugger, yeah, this is all my projects are open source. So I want to say almost all of my I say that pretty much everything I do on stream is open source. So this is absolutely for public use. So if you want to use it, if you want to try and make pull requests to it as well, go for it. This one's a little bit trickier to do pull requests for. All right, so this one's a little bit different. We're going to enumerate these files. We only care about the file name. So then it's going to be a select path.get file name. Here, but I also know it's not going to be null. So it doesn't like this. So we're going to do a static string get name string path.get file name path. And then we'll pass this one in here. Interesting that we need to do that. I'm introducing the finished good. Seems kind of amazing for any dungeon crawler. Well, it's gonna be lacking of some things, I'm sure. But I'm gonna do my best. Let's see if we pass this test. Boom, 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 boom. Beautiful. Build dungeon manifest with dungeons and scripts. Okay, so now here's the hard part. We got to actually build the manifest now. And so this has to construct dungeon manifest equals new manifest. We need to add all these things to it. So we need to go through all of our dungeons, add all dungeons, and Kajiro, let me know if I'm pronouncing it wrong. I can't quite remember. Kajiro, welcome back. Kan Kajiro is how I might pronounce it. Let me know if that's correct or not. I think I got it right last time, but I don't remember what I said last time. For each. Got it. Excellent. We need to, it'd be great if my manifest had an add all. Oh, we need to load these into, yes, we have to do something interesting So for each, I'm going to do the for each first, and maybe we will be able to turn it into a link. But I think for debugging purposes, it might make more sense to do this. String name, string file path in get dungeon paths to be file system dot get dungeon paths root, like this. We're going to do manifest dot add name. And then we need to parse this into JSON. So we're going to do a JSON extensions dot load model and file path. Oh no, we need to actually open that up. All right, so we need to load all this data from that. So it's file system dot file dot read all text. File path. Okay. And then this needs to be loaded. JSON extensions dot load model. And this is going to be a dungeon. I don't know if I have a dungeon serializer. Ryan, welcome back for an hour. Are you familiar with Java? Kajiro. I did Java for many years before doing C#. And I would say it's pretty straightforward to transition from Java to C#, or it's probably pretty straightforward from Java to C# and C# to Java. It's not that much different. There are some syntactic sugar things, but I don't think it would be that hard. Dungeon. We'll add this in here. We're gonna load it from that. I don't know if that makes sense. They're both object-oriented languages. They both have a lot of the same properties as far as things go. C#, I feel, has a lot of syntactic sugar that is really, really fun to use, and I have fallen in love with C# for that reason. That said, I haven't used Java since Java 8. So I've used very little Java since Java 8. Kotlin, welcome aboard. We got Kotlin following me. Kotlin, welcome to the crew. Kotlin, thank you so much for the follow. Happy Sunday, my friend. Kotlin is much less verbose for sure. Yeah, a lot of my university used Java as well. My first real software engineering job was doing a lot of stuff in Java and C. So I think it's a solid language. All right, so we do a manifest like this. Then we want to do a similar. We want to go through each of our scripts, and we'll do for each string name. This is interesting because I actually need the path, I think. Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. In file system dot get script names root, and this will be manifest dot add script new event script. We have to give it a name, and then new event script. And the script itself is going to be the script text. String script text is equal to our file system dot file dot read all text. And then it's going to be path dot combine root with our scriptdir and our name. And this will be our script text like this. I have thankfully managed to dodge Java in 10 years of programming, 5 of them professionally. Look, I don't think Java is the worst programming language ever. Is it the language that I reach for all the time? No. Is it an industrial strength programming language? Absolutely. Absolutely. Will you get a job if you're a good Java program? Absolutely. Khan Kajiro, thank you so much for the follow. Khan Kajiro, thank you for following me today. Khan Kajiro, welcome to the crew. All right, how did we do? .NET test. I thought this would be a little bit harder. Will I get a job if I'm a good C# dev? I don't know the C# industry as well, so I can't say yes or no. It seems like the answer is yes. There are lots of C# dev jobs. I have never worked in the industry as a C# dev. Most of my friends are Java developers. So take that as you will. Most of my friends are Java developers. Most of my friends are work in industry, are Java programmers. They work for big companies doing big projects. That said, not all of them do. Most of them do. I know people who are doing stuff with Ruby on Rails. I do know people who are doing web dev stuff. There's a sizable amount of C# in healthcare stuff and Microsoft things as well. So yeah, it's Microsoft shops use C#, right? I can't imagine it would be that difficult. Okay, so this passed. We got this. So git status. Let's add all this in. Git commit -m feat project should. High paying jobs, absolutely. Not necessarily just Ruby on Rails, but Ruby jobs, and a lot of it is doing Ruby. Yeah, my partner is a software engineer. She mostly works in Ruby, and 6-figure salary, right? So it depends. And what I'll say is she's really good at what she does, and I forget what it's called. It's like above senior engineer at her particular job. I'm in this weird spot where I think I'd have to take pay cut to shift career paths. That's pretty normal, and I can't afford it, so I don't. But then it just gets worse every year. Principal is what it is. It's not senior. It's a principal engineer. So I think she has to mentor people and stuff. I'm not 100% sure. Braxton, welcome back to the stream. Good morning, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Project should, and then we'll put in all the things it should do. Project should, and we have all those over here. I'm glad you're having a great day. Initialize project dir, validate project dir, retrieve dungeons and scripts, build dungeon manifests. There we go. I'm having a beautiful day. Any day I can wake up and code is a beautiful day. A pronoun extension user. Braxton Wise, exactly. Glad to have all you beautiful people here. Hubert Tugger, I think that's a pretty normal spot to be in for a lot of people. If you're wanting to change career paths, of course, you're gonna have to take a pay cut because now you're starting at the bottom of that totem pole, kind of, right? Not necessarily the bottom. You might be starting sort of in the middle because of your background, but you're definitely not like a lead engineer. I'm a Tuber Tugger. Are you talking about going from like Java dev, or are you going from non-software engineer to software engineer? This was cool. I got that working. So now that we have this project type here, I'm gonna merge this into main. I should have create a project. All right, so I'm gonna make this an issue so I can merge this in. Create project utils and file structure validator. Okay, we're just gonna do this so I can create a branch and get this merged in, and then keep working. So I've discovered that I need several incremental steps to finish this sort of task that I'm going on. Going from an unofficial software dev to official job title. I'm developing where I work, but I don't have the title or the wage. Gotcha. That, I bet, is very frustrating. Git merge 18 here. We'll push this up. I might need to do a format. I didn't do a .NET format. Let's do that real quick. .NET format. How did you become a teacher? Gabriel Modog, great question. I always wanted, not always, but I've always, actually kind of, I went to school to be a music teacher. So I did a music education degree when I was in university initially. It turns out that I was not cut out for that particular career. .NET format. I couldn't handle, I'm not the type of person that can handle the suffering required to be a music teacher in public schools. And so I ended up switching. My main instrument was trombone. I played bass trombone in big bands for many years. So implement and close. I just, when I was doing music, I loved teaching music. I loved being teaching lessons, running band, helping students. I felt like I was really good at it. My mom's a teacher. She's a fabulous teacher. And I think it runs in our blood a little bit. We have that type of skill set naturally comes to us. And then but then I got kind of fed up with that particular world. And I've been programming since I was 7. So I decided I was going to go into, the pay was terrible as a music teacher. So I decided, you know what, if I'm not going to teach, I'm going to at least make good money. So I went into software engineering, and then I found out a branch of computer science. I went into computer science degree. There's a branch of computer science called computer science education, and I went to graduate school for computer science education, and I studied to become develop curriculum in computer science. It turns out that we have a lot of room for growth as far as computer science and programming education. And I got super interested in that. I published quite a handful of papers on the topic. I still do research in it. It turns out it's hard to get, all right, this failed. Let's figure out why. Turns out it's hard to get a job as a computer science student. I was worried about this. Should not allow adding dungeon with same name. This is interesting. That the test failed. Hang on. Did my test fail here? Sorry, I got a little bit distracted there. My test pass here. Oh no. What tests are failing? Passed. Oh, these passed. All right, let's go look at our failed tests. Sorry, these are all passing. Failed. One test failed. Failed. Retrieve all dungeon names and paths. Ah, here it is. This is the worry I had here, was the paths would be broken, and I wasn't sure how to resolve this because on Windows you have different path structure than on Linux systems. Sorry if I got distracted there, Gabriel. Feel free to ask for clarification if I don't even know where I was in my story. But the answer was, it was really hard to get into computer science education in public schools. Everyone wants you to teach math or science and then do like an after-school program. That's not what I wanted to do, and so I ended up getting into some the private school, I'd call it independent school world, developed curriculum for summer camps for a number of years, and now I am working at a school where I get to develop curriculum and do research on computer science education for youth ages 10 through 14 is my school. Tuber, enjoy your lurk, my friend. Thank you for hanging out. Have a beautiful day. All right, so this was what I was worried about. The path.combine. I need to remove the C at the beginning of that. Yeah, so on my local file system, Alejo, that's a good idea. Let me look at my test here. So it's interesting because my project should. I'm wondering if in my file system there's a property I can pass in. Because it's giving me my full path, which is what I want. I want the full path coming back. But the problem is here. On Linux systems, it becomes this. So this is really interesting. Can I get... I'm wondering if I can do a thing that says file system.root. File system All right. File. iFile system. Mock file system equals make project file system. This will be our mock file system. Is there a way to get mock file system dot drive name or something? You can use get root directory to get either. So the Alejo, I'm using this mock file system. So you'll notice the mock file system get directory get. All right, so get root get what is that on? Is there just a get directory root? What class has this? Alejo, sorry about that. Let me give you permission. It thinks you posted a link, and so you have to be a member of the chat for an hour, and then it'll go away. Mock file system directory. All right, let's try mock file system dot directory dot get directory root. Okay. Get directory root, and then I give it a path. Root. Get directory root. What is this returning? Let me put a string root dir root. Get directory root here. Let add a breakpoint here and run this test. Retrieve all dungeon names and path. Just to see what this is. Oh, that Earl Grey tea is so refreshing. So it's giving me just the empty string. So it should be, I want it to give me back C colon. Let's try it on this. And I could go look at the documentation too. Yeah, it's not giving me what I want. So on Linux, it needs to give me a slash. On Windows, it needs to give me a C colon slash. Let's go look at drive. So there's no information about drive here. Unless memory serves me right, yes, that is how that should work. Tortilla Tornado, what's not too good? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Unless my memory serves me right, yes, that is how it should work. But should it give me back an empty string? Well, what I want to know is what the I want to know what the drive is, right? So I want to get back the drive information. Mock file system dot drive info dot file system get drives. No worries, Alejo. I got an exertion headache from my leg press into him. Ooh, that sounds terrible. File system dot. Maybe just a file system dot. I don't want to do a file system. I want to get like the root directory. Can I do this? Hang on, let's do dot Get file. What if I give it slash? What does this give me back? Dir root. Let's try this. Get file. Oh, hang on. Oh, it's just saying that that's where I stopped my script, I believe. It was my first exercise. Yuck. That sounds awful. That sounds awful. No fun. No fun there. Is this broken now? .NET build. Mock file system dot file dot. Why can't I do a get file? Dot get file path. Does this return a returns mock file data? That's not what I want. Well, let's take a look. Take a look at what that is. Yeah, I hope it goes away. Maybe you could take, I don't know if you're the type of person that can take like an Excedrin or something. I don't know. I usually try not to take stuff for headaches unless it's pretty bad. I don't get migraines and stuff a lot, but some people will take some headache medicine to help with that. Perhaps you have something that could help you in that way. If not, I hope the recovery is quick. Yeah, that sounds very unpleasant. Especially if you're on a time crunch, right? Dir root is directory. I want to get something back from it. So go to the slash dot. How do I get path? Get dot file. Why can't I do anything with this? This is really annoying. Mock file system dot get drive. Oh, maybe this will work. This will give me back a mock drive data drive dot. No. I'm really annoyed by this. Dir root dot. How do I get this path? To string. String as string. What does this look like? Probably not helpful. I went deep into the red zone. Yikes. Ooh, 48 hours would be awful. Awful. Yeah. If that was your first rep, yeah, this is not what I want. Dot. Attributes dot. How do I get the... I really just want to get some information out of this. Let's go look at mock file data. Walks in. Congratulations on number 10. Welcome back to the stream, my friend. Happy to have you here. How do I get path? The path of this check file access. I literally just want to know what type of file system I'm on. Mock file system dot. Get drive. Mock drive. Path verifier, normalized drive name. Mock drive data. All I really have is water and soy milk, which is high in protein. Ooh, soy milk is a high in protein? That's good. Gets or sets the volume label. Is this what I want? String label this what I want? Try again. Walkson, I hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. Happy Sunday. More protein than water, right? Can't give it a label. I didn't think that label is like what the host has given to it. This is so annoying. Mock file system dot directory dot. I almost need to do something like this and just pull out this. Create, here we go. Dot create file dot create simple. No, that's not what I want. Dot directory dot create simple, and then I want to do mock file system dot directory dot. Working on it. Looks to be nice warm day here. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear that. All I want to do is check, all right, file C# check drive name. Drive letter or name. Here we go. Drive info, get drives, drive name. Okay, let's try that. Drive name. There's no name on this. Mock file system dot drive info dot name. From drive name, I can't. It's driving me crazy. What language is it actually? We're in C#. We're in C# Tortilla Tornado. Drive.name. Drive info dot get drives. This must be returns info of 0 dot name, drive name. Let's try that. Oh, I have to Google things all the time. All the time. Tortilla Tornado, I hope it doesn't scare you too much. I'm just trying to figure out. So on Windows, there we go. Drive name. On Windows, we have this. And on Linux, it should be a /. So I'm trying to do, so we should have drive name, followed by this. All right, let's test it. Drive name. Because on Windows, this works fine. On Linux, the drive name is different. So I don't even know if drive name works on Linux. So we're going to find out. All right. Tortilla Tornado, I'm not an affiliate, so I don't have any channel points. You got to do exclamation points. And then if you scroll down in the chat, I need to make an affiliate command to explain why I don't have channel points. We have some redeems, but you have to manually, there's not like a channel redeem points button. You can check your points with points, and then the redeems are sort of down here below If you scroll down a little bit, you'll see them. Hope that makes sense. Now I'm hearing myself talk. Get rid of that. All right, get status, get .NET format. Get commit dash. Get add. I swear you had some for hat. Yeah, exclamation point hat. Thank you for the Googles. I need to fix the Google command. I used to have a smaller little window there. That's funny. Yeah, exclamation point hat is the hat redeem. Is that not listed here? You need 500 points. Sorry, here. Someone can give you some points. Points. Add Tortilla Tornado 500. Give it a shot now. Yeah, this is the downside of not having it. Yeah, there it is. Hat redeem. Okay. Thank you for the hat, Tortilla Tornado. Let's get a hat added to the stack. Boom. There it is. Thank you for the hat redeem. Get add, get commit dash m chore attempt to fix test to use drive name for mock file system. Bullet, how we doing, friend? Great to have you here, folks. If you guys don't know the incredible, the fabulous, the unstoppable Science Streams. A trio of absolute perfection over there. Be sure to give him some love. Teaching us about science and the world around us. Science communicator extraordinaire. I'm absolutely beautiful. I shouldn't say that. I'm doing absolutely wonderful this morning. I'm not beautiful. I'm beautiful. It's true. Words can't keep me down. They won't keep me down. You're insatiable. It's true. No one can satiate you. Not even the Captain Coder. I will try to satiate you. I will try to satisfy you, Balint, but you're always coming back for more. Coming back for more. I guess I'll have to take it easy for the rest of the day, and it isn't really going away. I'm so sorry to hear that. What's going on? Come on. This build. Fail. Failure. Test failed. Failed. Why is it coming up as failed? What does it say when it fails? One failed. Why can't I find the one failure? So weird. I might have to just do a thing that says, am I on Linux? Look at this annoyingness. It's doing a :/ in there on Linux. Or something. Alright, can I check if I'm on Linux? Environment.get logical drives. Returns an array should contain the names of logical drives on the computer. What is this? Drives. Take a look at this thing. I'm glad you're always here, Balint. I love that you're here, my friend. What do you got in store for us tonight over at on Science Streams? Get drives. See, all right. So I'm curious what this would look like on a Linux system. Probably just :/. Probably something dumb like :/. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do if drive name is :/ drive name equals nothing. I hate this. Safety check for Linux file system. Test. Some science, arts, and lots of rabbit holes today. Very cool. just amend this. We'll do a force push up there. Boom. Do we know what we're drawing on science streams today? Community, because usually it's a community vote, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. But do we have an art picked out for today? All right, come on, folks. Cross those fingers. Let's pass some unit tests. Come on. Come on. Come on. We gotta believe. We gotta believe. Okay, here it goes. Come on, get to those tests. Don't fail me now. Thindle has a secret. Oh, failure. Why? Should be. All right, so 1 second. 1 second. Which one is which? I'm gonna break this real quick so I can see down here. He knows it deep down, but he's refusing to accept. Also, folks, you guys know the incredible Thindle.
Kitty!
Gotta go give him some love.
Very easy.
Oh, I had no drive name.
Okay.
Should be subset of.
All right, let's let you down.
Do I still have? It's still. Put in this colon slash at the beginning. I don't know what to do about this. Thindle, maybe you know. Maybe you know. Are you listening? Are you paying attention? I can't figure out how to do this, and I'm gonna lose my mind here. I'm gonna lose my mind. Thindle, are you here? Are you listening? Anyone, maybe anyone. So, on my GitHub Actions, it's running on a Linux machine, and my paths are combining in a weird way. That I don't understand. Is outside of this subset. So the first one is what it is. BK
Seems
Dev. Good. What? Tell everyone the secret, Thindle. Go for it. Go for it. What is going on here? Proton, thank you again for the follow. Proton, thank you for following me again. Drive name. It's like it's adding a colon. Get rid of drive name. Dungeons path. Combine root. Valent doesn't believe it when I tell him, but he is in fact a really good human being, a real scholar and a gentleman. It's true. It's true. It's not so much a secret as a fact. It's more of a law like gravity. That's also true. I don't understand. I need to run this on a Linux system to figure out what's going on. Here. Tuber Turkey says, I'm developing a personal use application that uses a website's API. I plan to give this to some friends too. How do you go about unit testing the API, or is that integration testing and I have to mostly rely on error handling? You kind of would have it. You could create a mock version of the API. So that's what you could do. So you could mock the API calls. So if you know what the scheme of what you're expecting to get back, you'd mock it.
Doyle.
Thank you for the doy, Thindle. So you'd have some sort of thing that you know it's going to pass, and it's like the thing that's going to get a request. So you can write a thing that says handle request, and it's taking in a string that is the response. Or you have a data type that is the response, and you can test, well, when I get a response that looks like X, Y, or Z, it should result in this output. When you actually test against the actual API, it's a matter of transforming their data into the response so you can pass it in. I don't know if that makes sense. We might have to do a demonstration of it. I'm gonna lose my mind. I want to strip off. Can I just remove? Try to function here. String remove drive. Yeah, I think this is what I'm gonna do. Path.combine. Remove drive. Okay. Name.replace. There we go. So if we have a C colon there, let's make this static. We should remove it. And just in case we have it going the other direction, we'll replace it as well that way. Let's test it out. Sounds like I'm gonna make a mini version of the website that just spits out the same data when called. What you could do is you could so take an API, call the API a bunch. So every request that you're planning to do, call it, make those calls, save those responses, and that becomes your test bed data. What is this saying? Oh, I have a space in here now, so I can get rid of that. Remove the drive name to make tests pass on Linux machines. Sorry if I was seeing really frustrated there. I was really frustrated. I'm still very frustrated, so I might need to take a break or end the stream here. Although we might have it here. We might have it here. This, I can't believe how long this took. The whole stream here. Yeah, this is just for testing. I feel like I want to just delete this test. I knew this was going to be an issue because of the Linux part here. Because Linux versus Windows here. So that's so this is mocking a directory. So I'm not even using a real directory structure here. I'm using this mock file system. And so the issue is on the Linux system, it's wanting to do some really weird things that I don't understand.
You in the back. Pay attention.
So when I get the full file path on a Windows machine, you have the drive name at the beginning. On a Linux system, you just have a / at the beginning. And I was trying to do it in an intelligent way where I said, okay, if I'm on Linux, do this. If I'm not, I'm do that. And I just couldn't get it to work the way I wanted to. Our tester's still failing. I'm gonna lose my mind here. So yeah, I'm gonna lose my mind. Thank you for the hat redeem, Tuber Tugger. Let me get a hat on top here. This function I want it to return. Thank you for the hat redeem. Thank you for the hat redeem, Tuber Tugger. This function I want it to return the absolute path. I want it to return the absolute path. And I cannot, for whatever reason, figure out how to get just what I should put at the what I should prefix this with. It's insane to me. It's not that I can't get the full path. It's not that I can't get the full path, Kuwani. It's that the full path on Windows has a different prefix than the full path on Linux. And so my tests pass on Windows, but not on Linux. Let's do this. This might do it. No, this is gonna fail now. Let me do this. Maybe it won't. Maybe I can do this. It's making my test really stupid. Do I not build? Okay, it's running. All I want to do is have something that says string file system prefix equals mock file system get prefix. This is all I want, is something that gets prefix. Just need 60% to pass. It's true. All right. I hope this works. This is like an insane fix. It feels really brittle to do this, is why it's really frustrating me. Have an eye twitch right now. Prefix. Yeah. My eye is twitching. Ah. Come on, build. Nope. Now that doesn't make any sense to me. Did I not actually? That makes no sense. That is insane. Why doesn't this contain the slash. Did I not push? That doesn't make any sense. Am I just looking at the wrong? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong. Okay. Ah! All right. I wonder how long this has actually been passing. And I just keep clicking on an old build. Okay. My goodness. I wonder how many times I clicked on an old build. All right, there we go. Get checkout main, get pull. I need to take a quick break here. We'll be back. Whew. My brain hurts. I gotta cool myself off a little bit. I'm so frustrated. I'm like feeling angry. Alright. The branches ahead. Okay. Now we can continue this here. Get .NET tests. Alright. Whew. Okay, awesome. Folks, hang tight. I will be back. Don't go anywhere. We'll return in about 5 minutes.
Whoa.
Holy moly! The Dab Dad with the raid. I've got protein bar in my teeth. Ah! Dab Dad, how was your stream today, Dab Dad? Did you have a good, productive 10x stream today? That protein bar. Thank you for the hat redeem, Sidran. Get a hat added to the stack. Thank you so much. Dab Dad, tell us all about it. If you got a raid and dad, no worries. You got a raid and run on dad. Do you consider yourself a 10x Captain Cutter? I consider myself make more work than I need to programmer. I'm not trying to actually get any work done. Gotta read the hat stack overflow. It's true, Sidran. You gotta get all those people to do the hat redeems. Yeah, Deb Dad, how was your stream? Someone tell me. Deb Dad, I bet you had to run. But someone tell me, how was the Deb Dad stream? I was in there this morning. Today, I hit 100 on my streak on the Deb Dad stream. I can't believe I hit 100 streams in a row. Not bad. We are working on a tool for creating I'm writing a game engine, or an editor and an engine for doing dungeon crawlers. This is kind of what we have here. So we can create these maps. Well, there's a bug. There's a bug. Interesting. I feel like if you weren't streaming, you'd be destroying this code probably. I mean, streaming does distract me a lot. It's probably there's some truth to that. Yesterday I got super frustrated at the end of the stream too, and I was like, I gotta end the stream, and then it took me 2 minutes to finish what I was trying to do on stream. That's why I was like, I needed to take a break there. We're building tools to create dungeon crawlers, to find dungeon crawlers. We're doing Lua scripting for it. Yeah, so we just created this tool for creating our project structure. And now in my Raylib project, what I want to do is I want to make it so when this thing opens up, you have to select a project that you want to work on. And I'm going to create save data here. There's going to be like a projects subfolder inside. Moonids, congratulations on number 12, my friend. Welcome back to the stream. I hope you're having a beautiful day. First and 1 and 2. That's right, 12, your first and second. Not bad. Gee, it's wonderful to have you here. Have you been playing the game The Shower? How's The Shower going? Did you beat The Shower yet? You were playing what's going on here with Dungeon Map? Oh no, something terrible. This is not. What's going on? Let's reload this window. Something really weird's going on. It's not showing any of my files. Yeah, so we just implemented something here. Moonids, have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. I hope you have a lot of fun things planned. This is not, this is so weird. Why is there no, hang on. Let's open up, this is super weird. Revealing File Explorer here. Let me close this. Something really weird's happening. These dungeon map, there's nothing in here. Okay, so that can go away. Dungeon Map IO can go away. Try reopening that project now. Very weird. Should be playing Hollow Knight soon. Very cool. I've decided I'm just going to build a bunch of test methods that equal true. I'll feel like things are working, and that's good enough for me. Welcome back, Kajiro. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Hope you had a beautiful lurk. Thank you for returning. I hope it was restful, relaxing, or productive. One of those three. Restful, relaxing, fun, productive, something positive in your life. All right, so what I want to do now is in my editor, I need to make it so my Raylib project starts up in the right folder. Let's go look at how I did that. Let's open up a new window. And I did that on the Capman project. So let's go open up Capman. My D drive, git capcode Capman. All right, we're gonna open up this folder. Are you a fan of Dungeons and Dragons? Curious if you've heard of Daggerheart. That sounds really familiar. I am a fan of Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know if you've seen. I got a whole Dungeons and Dragons section over there on my shelf. Forgotten Realms stuff. I really like the Forgotten Realms universe. It's one of my favorite campaign environments. All right, so I want to take my VS Code folder here, my launch settings. I need to do something similar to this. This task is where launch and build. When I launch, I want to launch. Yeah, there's something I want to do with this. Create a new folder, VS Code. And I want to paste these in here. My launch is not quite right. Name, this is gonna be our Dungeon Crawler editor. It's Critical Role's competing tabletop game. No, I hadn't heard the free open beta contents is out right now. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, I hadn't heard of that. This is gonna be in our Raylib folder. I'm a big fan of, there's an open source role-playing system that I really like called Fate Core. Where's my Fate Core book? I think I pulled it out the other day to show. It's probably sitting on out somewhere. Fate Core is a fully open source, is an open source game toolkit for doing tabletop role-playing games. I really like that system. It's a system for that. This is gonna be Net 8, and this is gonna be our Raylib.dll. Should really probably rename that debug Raylib.dll. It depends on builds, pre-launch task, stop at entry. If the debugger should stop at the entry point to have the target, the option is set to false. Internal console. Okay. So let's look at our build task, .NET build. Okay. So if I do a launch here, I don't actually know if I'm running the right thing. I think I am. So the question is, where does this save? Save test. And okay, it does. Okay, so it is running in the right directory now. So this is like my project root directory. Cool. So save data. What I want to do is make it so when my editor pops up, it says, what project do you want to work on? So you have to select product. Probably not. I haven't found ChatGPT to be particularly good at writing solid unit tests for existing code. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but I think you might run into some trouble with it. Okay, so when this boots up, our screen here is we have our editor screen. We're gonna have a menu. Alejo, thank you so much for the follow. Have a beautiful day. Alejo 47, thank you for following me today. Alejo, have a beautiful day. Remember to keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime. We'll see you soon. Have a beautiful day. Bye-bye. I usually I use ChatGPT. I don't really use Copilot for writing code, or GPT for writing code, for that matter. I don't know that I haven't used Copilot in a really long time. Found ChatGPT pretty much only good for reminding me how to write a line of code I knew once, but struggling to remember. If I ask to do something I don't already know, I end up having to figure out how to do it to fix GPT's code. My students have struggled with Copilot as well. So what I'll say is I don't have experience with Copilot, so I can't speak to it. Let me say that. It probably is great for like super advanced autocomplete, for autocompleting like for loops and stuff, but I don't know enough about it. Maybe I should learn more about it. I haven't had the opportunity. So I want to have a screen that starts that you select a project at the beginning. So I'm going to create a new file, project selection screen. Okay, so we're going to select a project from this screen. Let's start with these things. And we are going to be looking in. I find I spend more time fighting with GP over why what it is telling me is wrong or stupid. I hate when it apologizes and agrees. Yeah, I have my students, not my students, but at my school, there's a class that one of the other teachers is running right now where they're learning about prompts. And most of the students have basically decided that they think it's silly to try and write code with it. That's hilarious. I guess it's not great, but project selection screen. Okay, so the project selection screen, what I want it to do is it's going to have a menu, and the menu is going to list all of the project directories. So essentially all the directories in here. So it's going to look at all of the directories inside of our like metadata thing here. So this is save data. And it's going to, if there's a folder there, it's going to treat it as a project directory. If it's not, well, I guess it could do a check on it actually. So let's do a file system here. That's right. We need to add to our project here, public static iFile system default file system equals new this. I believe this will return the default file system, and then I don't have to implement it there. Okay. When this boots up, handle user input, we need to have a menu. This is interesting because I don't want it to run every frame. But when it initializes, public, we need a list of string project directory, projects. This is going to be the list of the projects. Find chat view only works if you have an understanding of what you're asking. A lot of times it probably someone is having is with understanding the system as a whole, and even the correct answer looks wrong. It can, yeah. Kajiro says, man, what's up, Kajiro? I'm really in love with programming. Me too, and I've been in love with programming for years at this point. For years. We're doing a load get project list. Okay, so get project list is going to take our project. Come on, dot file system default. Does Raylib not have a reference to this? Hang on. Raylib.net add reference to dungeon crawler editor. Okay. Now I should be able to do project dot default file system dot. Come on. Are you missing? All right. Reload. What do you love about programming, Kajiro? Tell us. There's so many things. I feel like I'm a wizard. That's why I like it. That's one of the reasons. Project. Wonder if project is overloaded. What are you doing? Does not exist. Editor. Public. Programming is magic. It can feel like it sometimes for sure. Dramox, welcome back to the stream, my friend. Zara Mao, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Programming does feel like magic sometimes. Absolutely. Congratulations on number 13, Dramox. Congratulations. Dramox, we added in a...
I'll get you.
We got a get you command now. Unity Coder did the...
I got that fix.
Thank you for the dopamine. Yeah, Unity Coder edited out the background or had a tool that did it for him, so that was super useful. Why can't I access this? Namespace that does not exist in the namespace. Are you missing an assembly using?
I'll get you.
Dungeon Crawler.editor. This is crazy to me that I can't turn null. Oh, and I keep doing this thing in my namespace. It's I don't know why. Captain Coder dot Dungeoneering.editor. It's gonna go break my test, I'm sure. Did not hear anything because the stream is getting cut a lot on my laptop. That's weird. I'm sorry to hear that. My friend at work became manager and I'm his code resource in the engineering department. I like to think of him as a King Arthur and me as a Merlin. Nice. .NET test. I definitely feel magic when I program. Dot. What is going on? It's so crazy and weird. Dot default file system. Dot. Okay. Jeez. Whew, I'm losing my mind there. We want to list all the... I've been having a lot of issues on desktop in the evenings last few days. I'm sorry to hear that. Breaking tests is a sign of awesome. I'm not sure, but I break them all the time. That means you're awesome, clearly. Directory.get enumerate directories, and then I want to do it in my save data folder. Okay, so this is going to be my starting data, but then I want to filter by dot where project dot is project directory, and we'll take in the default file system. Oh, we would do default. Let's go with file system here. Hang on. File system. FS equals project dot default file system. Dot is project directory. There we go. So we're going to have all of these, and we're just going to return this. Okay. In case of failing tests, delete them because we don't need that kind of negativity in our code base. That's a true story, actually. If you just delete them, then your code works perfectly. Just, you know, they weren't, what you have there is not a bug, it's a feature. Just adding features into the code. Now write code that turns all the units into JSON. Oh. Just make them all assert true. Just assert true. Okay, so we're gonna get our project list here. And we're gonna start out, we're gonna say that when this thing boots up, project is gonna be equal to get project list. Make this static. Okay. And is the dungeon crawling yet? Biffles, we're getting close. Then it says I've lost like 15k since I bought EM. I don't know what that is, but they're finally starting to climb a bit. This is a company. So you acquired that company. I'm not familiar with it. But when we render, I want to render the list of projects here, and then we're going to have some options, a couple different stocks. Okay. So we're going to have a menu as well. We need a menu screen here. We have a little bit of crawling going on. We're working on a system here, so we can crawl. I don't know if you saw this part yet, Biffles, but we can crawl. We can move around the world. We have a scripting thing, context.set player position 9.2, so we can teleport. We have scripting support. We have a renderer. I mean, now I'm working on making it so I can actually edit my dungeon, attach scripts, that kind of stuff. So it works pretty well. I have a dungeon editor, and that's what I'm working on right now. So I'm trying to build an engine. So we have this engine that right now all it does is let me make maps. I want to make it so that I can make entire crawlers now. So a crawler, the crawler itself needs to have multiple maps, and then be able to have scripts, and then be able to attach scripts to those, to the different areas. So that's what we're in the process of doing right now. So I'm creating a project structure here. So I'm creating a menu right now that lets you select your project. So when it boots up, we're going to select the folder that has the project that we want to work on. Dances with Dirt, great to see you, my friend. Welcome back to the stream. So, it's going absolutely wonderful. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Happy Sunday, my friend. Making lots of progress. 504, boy. 504, boy. Thank you for following me. 504, welcome to the stream. Yo, welcome aboard. Kilted Ninja, splendid Sunday to you as well. Sidrin, congratulations on your, did you not get, you must have done a here before. I already got those points. Oh, is them, since I bought them. Gotcha. I was really confused as what EM was. You're making a multiplayer BR dungeon crawler in Unity. I'm here for this. Nice. Nice. I'm writing a, I'm using Unity as my game engine, but I am writing a tool. Are you gonna do Dungeon Crawler Jam? Are you gonna do the Dungeon Crawler Jam? By any chance? So we're preparing for Dungeon Crawler Jam 2024. I'm writing a game engine. I'm using Unity as like the actual render, but I'm writing a tool for designing dungeon crawlers. So that's what I'm in the process of doing right now. I need to make a menu here. Oh, no worries then. Or I don't know why I said then, but I was just curious. Okay, so we have our projects here. Private. Yeah, shoot. Who can go fast? Probs, maybe. Well, I'm not working on my dungeon crawler all that much right now. I'm working on the tooling for making a dungeon crawler. So I'm building a tool that looks like this. Let me launch the tool real quick. I made a dungeon crawler last year. So I'm building a tool that lets me draw my maps. Okay. So we can draw maps using this tool. All right. I can set my doors. We can add in secret doors, stuff like that. So I have this tool here. It's going to have scripting support. So it actually does have Lua scripting support. We just haven't set it up so that we can like build maps easily. So I'm building a tool right now that will make it easy for me to sort of compile these things together. And then I can ship them off into Unity. So my project in Unity will take in the dungeon crawler file, and then it renders it, and you can play it. It uses Lua to like teleport you around. Unity is my renderer. So I'm working on creating a menu screen right now to select a project, or maybe select, you know, the menus and stuff. But I'm making a menu right now to select my project. So I need to generate this menu, public static menu screen. It's going to be our project options. And so menu screen, new menu screen. The title here is select project. We are going to have the very first option here. Menu screen is this. We got to add our numerables here. So for now, it'll be nothing but return screen like this. Hagerman, great to see you, my friend. How the heck have you been? Yeah, this is Dungeon Crawler month for me, Kilton Ninja. We're gonna be going this whole month essentially because the Crawler Jam starts on Friday. I'm building some tools for it now. It's going really well. I am currently so I have scripting support into it. I have map supports. I'm in the process of making it so inside of my editor, I can draw my maps, attach scripts to different parts of the map. All of that works functionally, but my editor just doesn't support me doing it. So if I manually build them, it works. But I'm building a tool right now to make it so that I can actually use my tooling to build it out here. So here's my menu screen, selected project. Select a project, and then we got a list of projects. So the first option in this is going to be to create a new project. All right, so new, what does this entry look like here? Menu entry has a dynamic, so static entry string and then on select. Okay, so the first one, static entry. So this is going to be new project. And then we'll have to come up with an action to do it. So it's gonna like open up a new menu screen that lets us type in some stuff. Fire off events or things when you get to certain areas. Exactly, so right now, there's not that many. But events, we have what's called a tile event right now. And so the tile event has an event trigger and an event script. And so I'm gonna be using Lua scripts. So my engine supports Lua. And so in a specific spot, you can specify that there's going to be a trigger. Right now we have on enter, on exit. We'll slowly add more events as we need them. And then they will come over to this script, which has the information necessary to execute. And so we have tests showing that like we can actually write scripts and get them to work. So we have interpreter should. And so we've played around with all of our scripting contexts and stuff. So our interpreter works. Our engine render stuff, we can move around on the screen. A project to create a project. I love doing things like this all the time. Yeah, so essentially it's like a dungeon crawler engine, so to speak. So the idea is hopefully this will make it so that I can make something really fun and not have to worry too much about the implementation details as we go. So we have this, and then I need to build out entries from my project list. Create project entries like this. So we'll have a thing called create project entries, public, static, IEnumerable of menu entry, create project entries here. And we'll do a yield return, yield break for now, just to make this thing pass. This is going to actually build a menu entry for each of my projects. Okay, so this is all we got to do here. Get rid of that. So we're gonna get project list. We're gonna say for each. Really, we could do return get project list dot select, and then we just basically create a new static entry, and it's gonna be the project name. Gets back the directory name. So we want to do something interesting here. So we have, it's going to be a path. Okay. And what I want to do is just have this be our entry, be the path, file, want to be path. How did I do this before? Let's go look at my project code here. Get file name. That's what we want. Get file name path. And then for now, we'll have an empty action. Okay, let's do a format here. This is going to be my screen. We have no user input yet, but our render is going to render our project options. So what I'll do here is I'll create a private menu screen, And when we load up, we'll just make this a project options like that. So we get those options when this thing launches. And our render is just gonna be menu screen.render. And our input just gonna be menu screen.handle user input. So we're gonna do that. We're just gonna forward it off to this menu. Our menu is gonna have a little bit more options. So when we select new projects, it's gonna give us an option to type in the name of a project. And that will initialize it for us. Let me set this up so that it'll choose this screen at the beginning. Our starting screen should now be a new project selection screen. Like that. That's weird that it let me do a new project. Project's in a static class, isn't it? It is. Okay. All right, when we launch this now, I should get a thing that just says new project. It should have no extra options. We don't have folders. Yeah, so new projects is all I get. If I were to create a folder here, let's try this, test project to be a project. Let's create a second folder in here just to make sure. Non-project. If I were to, I hate that it did that. I wanted this to be in that folder. Yes. Okay. Neither of these should show up, but my test project, I need to create a folder called Dungeons. And I also need to create another folder here called Scripts. Test project should show up now because there are no, it should, yeah, so test project now show. It's interesting that the render here is rendering so weird. That's interesting. I need to do a, hang on. Let's go look at my dungeon editor screen. I must have to render. Yeah, I have to clear the background. Okay. That makes sense. I'm surprised my menu doesn't do it, but that I think makes sense. That's using Raylib CS. Hang on. It's weird that it doesn't give me that option. Hang on, .NET build. Raylib dot. Oh, I'm inside of a namespace. Called Raylib. What namespace did I put this in? This is Is it because my namespace is lower? Interesting. I don't understand that. It does Dances with Dirt. Be careful though, because you cannot build to all of the platforms. Thank you for the Doi, JD. Thank you for the lurk as well, folks. If you guys don't know, the incredible JD does dev. JD not only does dev, he does impersonations. Check it out.
Like you're talking with Captain. Let me see if I could do my Captain impression. I am not the Captain, but my eyebrows also move in a way like the Captain.
Thank you for the impression, JD. Welcome back to the stream. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Let's see if this command works. There, it works today. I don't know why it didn't work the other day. Have some JDs. Thank you for the sus. All right, so it does detect when we have project directory, so we can select a project, create a new project. So new project needs to give us the option to enter a screen. Welcome to lurk mode, my friend. Let's remember how we did it in these other ones. So I created a screen, an info overlay screen, maybe. Godot 4.0 can't build for web yet. So if you want to build for web, you can't use C# in Godot. Sorry, Godot.net does not target web yet. You can target desktop, I think both Android and iOS, but you cannot target web. If you're using GDScript, you can. So this was something I ran into. It's one of the few reasons I haven't spent more time in Godot. Otherwise, I'd love to teach a class with my students, but we focus on C# and web builds are a must for me. So when we select save, we have a prompt screen. So I can create a prompt screen here. All right, so we're gonna do the following. So in our project select screen, menu screen, project options, we're going to have a thing for our new project. Create new project. We'll do a public static create new project void. And this will make our screen a prompt screen. We'll say name project, name project. We have to have a screen to come back to. So this can't be static. Okay. I don't know if I need this here, there. It's not, I mean, we've been using Unity and stuff, previous screen. I wonder if it renders the previous screen. It does render the previous screen. I don't know if I want that. On finished, let's double check here. On finished, let's just make this do nothing yet. Yeah, so if I select new project, nothing happens. Oh, cause create new project. Did this take an action? What does the entry expect? An action on select? Create new project doesn't exist. What's going on? Oh, this is a static. Can we do a get here? Can't make it static. Can I pass in a this here? No, because it's not constructed yet. So I need to, in my constructor, I need to have a real constructor. I can't do it this way anymore. So I need a real constructor, public project selection screen, menu screen equals project options, like that. And now I can do it. All right, so let's run it again. But yeah, hopefully soon we'll be able to. All right, so we'll have an enter name of project. We can type it in here. I need it to not render the last screen on this one. Because there's nothing underneath to render. Prompt screen. On cancel, program was the previous screen. On cancel, okay, so I think I can do I need to have a previous screen? It looks like I need one. Let's add a property to this. Public bool render previous screen. By default, it will be true. And we'll just set it to false. So what you're doing now is instantiating an object, whereas before you were using class methods. When you're referring to like the static class, yeah, so now it's member variables. Now I needed access to this here. So what I can do now though is make this render previous screen false. Yeah, so I needed access to this, the actual class. So it says, after I'm done with this prompt, what screen should I show? Or what was the previous screen? So if I hit cancel, how do I get back to it? So in our prompt screen now, when we do the render, we only render the previous screen if render previous screen, we render it underneath here. So now that we have that off, when I do a new project here, ooh, that's interesting. It didn't. Okay, else we should do raylib dot clear background color dot black. So now I can hit back. So if I select new project, it says name project, I can type a thing in. So that I needed a reference back to the original, so how to get back to the previous screen. So I needed a reference to it. So I couldn't do it as static. Well, I couldn't use this method as a static method, is what it is. I can make this private. Kilted Ninja, enjoy your lurk. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Remember to keep coding, keep growing, have a beautiful day, my friend. We'll see you next time. Okay, so we have a file name, and what we want to do, or like new project name, what we want to do is with our file system, so we'll do var fs equals project.default file system, fs dot initialize project directory for the project name. Okay, and more specifically, it's going to be in our full path. Should take this save data and put it somewhere. Do I have a globals? Game constants. Public const string savedir. And we're gonna make this save data like that. And then I can use this in that place. Savedir. And this is coming from, let me do an import? Yeah. Game constants dot savedir like this. So I want to combine this. So I need to do string path is equal to path.combine, our savedir, and the project name here. And we're going to initialize this here. And there's a little bit of a try catch. If we try and initialize a project that already exists, we need to say, oh, you can't. Is that the naming convention for constants? Yes. It's the naming convention for anything that's public is Pascal case. So if I put something like this, oh, I actually thought my editor would yell at me saying that this naming convention is bad. But I'm pretty sure, let's look up C# const naming convention. Let's see what they say. Const. Pascal case. Yeah, both fields and local constants. Pascal case. Don't yell at me over naming conventions. Yeah, I have mine set up to yell at me over naming conventions. So if I put an underscore in front of this, it will say fix naming violation. I have mine set up to do it. Not in C#. Pascal case. Microsoft naming convention. So it depends on which naming convention. You might use a different one. Your company, your team, whatever you're doing. It's whatever your team does. Microsoft says Pascal case. Works in pretty much any IDE. The way I'm doing is I have this editor config file and it says what I should do. So for me, my naming conventions I have set to, for example, give me warnings. Warning. So on all of these, I say it has warnings here. So for unused assignment, make it a warning. Let's see, naming violation. Let's look up naming rule. So mine, I say, warn me if my naming rule is not correct. Not what I want. But yeah, Cyber Angel, welcome back to the stream. I hope you're having a beautiful day. It's great to see you. I can close that. And so the editor config shouldn't, your VS Code follows your editor config. Visual Studio will follow your editor config. Writer will follow your editor config. And so it's sort of this convention that is a little bit more global than just your editor. So we finally got one set up. I've been wanting to do it for a long time. Mab talked me into it. All right, so this could have repercussions here. So we do a try and except catch IO exception IO we'll call E here. This is my learn new thing today. Good. I don't need to learn any more things to do. Awesome. Let me show you. So editor config. Here is what editor config is. If you're doing a C# project, there's some default editor config stuff you can have it generate for you. I modified the default config. So if we have this catch here, for now I'm just going to do a console.error .writeline. This will be a little thing. Does it do Vim? I don't know. What you have to ask is, does Vim adhere to? That's the question. Does Vim adhere to editor config? It's also, when I use the format here, it looks at my editor config and says, oh, this is how your editor config will format things. So it's not does editor, so the editor config is independent. Yeah, I'm sure there is a plugin for it. I know Emacs does it, so I'd be really surprised if Vim did not have a plugin or something. Could not initialize project. Message. Console. Error.writeline. E.stack trace. We'll do the stack trace first, and then we'll print the message. Okay. And then we need a transition, but let's test this out here. New project, banana. And there we go. Oh no. Where did it go? Did I not? All right, so this build thing is gonna drive me crazy, right? It didn't actually build is what happened. Or maybe I didn't restart the project properly. It builds. Interesting. Hang on, there was a thing here. Terminal process terminal and exit 1. Is my build not working? Okay. The typer namespace dungeon crawler could not be found. Hang on, my launch command is not working. .NET build. My project wasn't building. And it's just because I changed this namespace. There we go. I need to figure out how to make this thing stop if there's an error. New project, banana. Banana path already exists. Where is this running? Is this not running in the directory? Oh, you know what? CWD workspace folder. Okay. Is it doing it here? Where the heck is this folder? All right. Solution, dungeon crawler editor. Hang on. Path banana already exists. Oh, it's putting it here. Don't like that. Project selection screen. Ah, there it is. Nordice, you're sending project name. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. First try. Okay, and then it should refresh this list here. So we have banana here, but really it's gonna open up that project. But if I were to relaunch this now, we'll get banana in there. Okay, banana, test project, new project. All right, nice. Okay. Now, when we select a project or we do a new project, we need to think that like open projects is going to switch to the editor screen. Dan Switzer says, it's interesting. I hang out on a programming Discord helping people, and a good proportion of the problem I help solve are distinctly IDE related. Learning how to use your IDE effectively is such an important soft skill. I don't know if that counts as a soft skill, but it's such an important skill to have. It says we can make this static. All right. So const has been changed in C#. I did not know that, but if you are following guidelines for C#, why is your private variables not underscore camel case? They are. Which variable is not that way? They are. Because if I don't name them that way, it yells at me. If I try to name them any other way, it stops me and says, hey, do you know what you're doing? But yeah, the naming conventions have, so there, if you're used to programming in Unity, Unity has a different convention than traditional Microsoft conventions. Unity has some weird, I wouldn't say weird, they're more C++ oriented conventions. So if you're familiar with how like M underscore is a pretty common one, you'll see that in Unity projects a lot. So there's our project selection screen. I need to have in like a dungeon crawler editor screen, and it lets you say like edit dungeon, that sort of thing. So we can go to the dungeon editor, but now that we're in, oh really? Because in their documentation, Unity naming conventions, maybe they've changed it. M underscore. Yeah. See, some subguides use the prefix for private member set so the name can reveal more. Avoid too many prefixes. You can prefix with this. Yeah, I see this a lot. In a lot of Unity's documentation, I see these. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I see this in Unity source code and Unity projects all the time. Yeah, I see that now. And they may have changed it. I don't know. I'm not a Unity expert. I've only been using Unity for about 1.5 years. I've only been using C# for about 2 years. 3 years. 3 years. Okay, so we have the screen. After we initialize it, we want to go into our project window. So we have a dungeon editor screen, but let's go into a new file here. It's going to be our dungeon crawler or project screen. So in this one, we'll have a project and have the stuff here. Woo! The Cyber Angel, you're an expert then. Yeah, I'm glad you're here because you can help me. You can help me with all the problems I have. But yeah, I haven't been doing C# very long. I've been programming for a while, but not C#. Right, so project, it's going to be our project screen. I'm going to leave these in here because I'm going to need them. So our project screen is going to have things like open dungeon, edit dungeon, view scripts, that thing. So we want to be able to select a dungeon to edit. That's what I tell my students. It's funny. I tell my students that I teach an intro to Unity class, and I tell them, I teach a couple different Unity classes, but I say, this class should really be called less than 1% of everything you need to know about, less than 1% of everything Unity can do. Because it's true. You could be using Unity for 20 years and still not know everything. And I tell students I've been programming for 26 years, 27 years, and I'm learning new things about programming all the time. All the time. Big Cyber lies. He knows everything. He knows everything there is to know about everything. Okay, so from this screen, we have two options here. All right, so this is essentially going to be a menu screen. Private, menu, read only, menu, screen, options, we call it menu. Public, project screen. Because I need to initialize this, so I can't do it. Yeah, I have to do it this way. We're going to take in a string project name. Okay, this is going to be our project name. So we'll have a private, or maybe we can do public string. Oh, prop. We can do prop. Someone taught me this. String project name. Just to get here. Maybe make it in a init, but the menu needs to be initialized here. Project name. Project name. And then our menu is going to be equal to a new menu screen, project name. And then we have a few menu items here. Format this document. C# being 22 really feels awkward. I named my child everything so I can tell people I know them. Very nice. There's constructor for constructor 2. Ooh, now I know. Now I know. And I will immediately forget. All right, so this is going to be a new. They have a list of the dungeons. So the options are kind of like open dungeon. And then we'll just switch to like a dungeon screen here. New static entry. All right. Don't worry, Beegs. Thank you so much for lurking and hanging out, my friend. I always appreciate you here. How do you plan to set project name? Oh, easy. In this screen, I'm gonna do the following. Program.screen equals new project screen, project name. Boom. That's how I plan to do it. And then up here, create project entries. This is going to be, need to get the file name here. Yeah. So this is going to be program.screen. It's going to be equal to a new project screen, path.get file name. Probably optimize that slightly, but I'm not worried about it. All right, let's try it. This build, I don't understand why this build. It does give me a little red thing next to it, but I want, yeah, anyway. I don't know if I was in the right directory there. Okay. So if we go into banana, crash. Oh, that makes sense. Perfect. All right. And this will just be our menu.render. And we'll have to do a clear screen here. Raylib dot clear background color dot black. And this will just be menu dot handle user input. And we'll have an open dungeon, and then we can have a thing that says go back to menu screen. Banana. There we go. Add another one. New. The web just turned 35. The web's only 35 years old. That's wild to me. That's wild to me. This is gonna be program.screen equals new project selection screen. But there's also some optimizations here we could do. Close project. Open dungeon here, close project, go back to the original. What is this saying I can do? Suggestion, use body expression. Oh, okay, fair enough. The web proposal, gotcha. The WW, that makes more sense. I was like, wait, that's crazy. Feld, welcome back to the stream. It says you're a first-time chatter, but that can't possibly be true. Feld, you've been here before, haven't you? Maybe not. I swear you've been here before. I know I've chatted with you a lot on Meowpurse stream. It's okay if this is your first time here. I'm just surprised because I know you. I don't know you all that well, but I know your name. I've been to your stream, I think, a couple times. So I was just surprised to see it shows you. Sometimes it says, that must have been it. All right. So if I create a new project, Feld of Allen, boom. Oh, it doesn't bring me there. Hang on. Project selection screen. Interesting, because on finished. Hang on. When does on finished execute? It should be here. We want to swap the order here. Okay. Blah. Close project. All right, so we can switch between projects. All right. Now we need to be able to edit a dungeon, open dungeon. There needs to be a build command as well. Making progress. Making progress. Making progress. Baking progress. Lots of baking progress. All right, we're so close. We are so close, folks. Is this Vanilla C# project or Mono Games, Anna? It's gonna be a Unity project. So this is Vanilla C#. Here, let me show you how this works. So I'm writing a game engine is almost too strong of a word. I'm writing a tool for creating dungeon crawlers, and then it compiles using C#, and then I use Unity as a renderer. I'm using Unity as a renderer for this project. And so I'm creating a tool for creating dungeon crawlers. Unity is the engine that renders and interprets movements and handles user input. Everything else is just data driven. So I'm creating an editor that is not in Unity. So the editor is separate. Yeah, so I'm building tools that are pure C# using Raylib to render. I just had fun with Raylib. So Raylib is the renderer for our tooling. Did my stream crash? Oh, there it goes. There it goes. But yeah, Unity. So I'm doing this weird thing where I don't write any of my code in Unity. I've really been enjoying Raylib a lot. It stuttered, gotcha. Unity was like, I've got to compile harder. My screen locked up for a second for me. I'm surprised you didn't go Unity as a library. Then Unity is the library. So I am using Unity as a library. You'll notice I have no scripts. I've written no scripts in Unity. Everything just gets imported as a dependency. So everything gets compiled to a DLL, dropped into the Unity project. You could compile this whole project without ever opening the Unity editor. We just have this one scene that sort of does stuff for us. And then the game is going to be controlled through Lua scripts. So I'm setting up so it can be scripted through Lua. So all the scripts and interaction stuff in your tool instead of Raylib. I'm surprised you didn't go Unity as a library then. Yeah. So Unity does not support .NET features in latest .NET. So let's say that Unity does not support features in latest .NET. I want to be able to write using C# 12. If I'm using Unity, I'm stuck writing C# 8. And so that's essentially. So you're kind of running Raylib in Unity. No, I'm not running Raylib. There's actually two different tools, right? So there's a bunch of different libraries. Raylib is like an external program. So the library I'm using, the dungeon editor is like an external tool. You could implement your tool however you want. It just builds out these manifest files that you can give into Unity, and then Unity can render them. And then there's just a very small amount of Unity code that I've written. Unity as a library is dependent on the project. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, Cyber Angel. I'm very close to being able to write an entire Unity, something that uses Unity without ever opening the engine. So I'm pretty close to that. This is sort of like the steps I'm taking to write a game. Eventually, I think I'm going to write a game using VB.NET, but using Unity. You can build that outside of Unity. Yes, I am aware of this. Correct. I have all the Unity libs and stuff here that I need to be able to do that. Okay, so I want to. Unity has library. Okay, I haven't seen this. Unity offers controls that let you manage when and how to load, activate, unload the runtime library within the native application. Beyond that, the mobile app build process. I'll have to look at this. This sounds interesting. Thank you for the link. Bookmark this. This is interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard about this. I haven't. So Unity has a library. Insert features powered by Unity, such as augmented reality, rendering. Oh man. So one of the things I want to be able to do. So one of my requirements is I want to be able to build for web. And so I don't know if I could do that. Raylib I can't build. Raylib CS, Raylib C# doesn't build for web. Well, I'm not limited to C# 9. I'm limited to, but yes, I see what you're saying. This is interesting here. I need to look into this a little bit more. I still want to build the Unity project for web. So I might, yeah. So I'm really interested in this here. I don't think I'll have time to look at it this week, but this is a really cool thing that I'm really interested in doing. If I could get this to work for building web stuff, that would be awesome. It's a really interesting idea. Okay, so let's look here. The open dungeon, call it edit dungeon. It needs to open up another menu screen that has the list of the dungeons inside of it. Okay. Yeah, Cyber. So because, I'm doing the Game Jam game, I like my things to build for web. I'm a teacher. I teach programming, computer science and programming. My students are ages 10 to 14 and we're 100% remote. The school is 100% remote. And so I want all this stuff to be web build so the students can access it anywhere. Because I can't just like sit down with them at their computer and distribute it amongst all the students like that. Pamuk Ludon. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it right. Pamuk Ludon. Pamuk Ludon. I would like to welcome you to the stream now. Pamuk Ludon. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Thank you for the follow. Happy Sunday. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome aboard. So this needs to open up my dungeon editor screen, right? So this is where my dungeon editor screen comes in. And the dungeon editor screen kind of needs to be aware of the project screen. So when it's done, get back to the project screen or create a new project screen. It needs to know the project name. All right, so we have this dungeon editor here. This thing should know. Yeah, this thing should know. Let me just have this on the project screen. Hang on, project screen. Let's get rid of project here. Program, go away. Where's project screen? Project screen. We'll just do dungeon editor. This. Okay, dungeon editor. And all this is going to do is it needs to construct program.screen with new dungeon editor screen. And again, we're going to just forward the project name down to it. The dungeon editor now has a project name. Does my project screen need? Yeah, because we wanted to construct this. Hang on, can I do this? Do I have a constructor here? Say string project name. Don't have one yet. All right. So let's come in here. We'll do a public string project name get project name like this. When we have this exit editor, this will actually return to program.screen is going to be equal to a new project screen of project name. We have to do this. Exit editor, return to editor. This feels like I don't need, I can just press escape to get back here. It was just sort of to test out that functionality. Load map, save as, new map. And what we care about here for saving and loading now, the save data folder, we need to, I'm gonna create a getter. So we'll have a public string save, or it should be a private string, doesn't matter. Save directory, dungeon directory is going to be equal to path.combine. Make it read only. It's going to be our game constants.savedir project name and then project.dungeondir. Okay. So everywhere we had save data, back when I was prototyping, we had this, but this now becomes our dungeon direction directory. Hang on, is dungeon direction actually? Yeah. Direct dungeon directory. Okay. Save data. We shouldn't need that anymore. Get files. We don't need that anymore. This is just going to be our dungeon directory. I can get so used to the const here The old way sucked. I wonder when they change it. I don't use cons very often anymore. Gotcha. You're saying you can or you cannot get used to it. I think you're saying you can get used to it. Yeah, I prefer it not being all capital letters. It feels weird to me to do that, but that's what most languages do. Okay, so I think we got that now. So we can actually save, load. All right, let's see if we can make a map. We're getting so close. We're getting so close to being able to add scripts into this. I'm really excited by this. Yeah, I think it's really weird to do that, and I find it a little bit confusing. So banana, dungeon editor, exit editor. All right. Let's randomize map. Let's save as. Save this here. Random. So we get this crazy long save name now. Load still has crazy long names. They're like that, but we can do new map. Mouse support would probably be nice. Save as square. All right, so this little text that shows up that's giant is not really what I want, but that's okay. But now I should be able to switch between them. Exit the editor. Come back to it. Nice. So we can have different projects here where we have our different maps. Very nice. Go ahead and close this. Cyberman says, ideally it was all caps so people knew it was a const later in the code, distinguish it from a public variable. Yeah, usually you don't have a whole lot of const fields these days. They're compiled. Yeah, I guess it makes sense, compile time, but you know, you have read-only properties and stuff too. Feels good to see it in action. Nordice, I know, I spent 2 days building out this stuff, so it feels really good to see it in action. We're super close. I need to have on our project screen, we'll have a build now, new static entry build, and this will end up building our project into something. But in our dungeon editor, let's go to our dungeon editor screen. We should be able to get rid of all this prefixing stuff, I think. Thanks, Dances with Dirt. I appreciate it. Let's look at this menu, the load map menu. Load map. Load map, we're going to select the files. And what we'll do is we'll take the file and we'll get just the name here. So it can take get files, okay, and then we can do directory dot get name, or is it file directory dot what was it? I keep forgetting this little bit here. Project path. Okay, path dot get prompt dungeon editor screen. Path dot get file without extensions, like this. So we're still gonna pass that file in there, but now it'll show up with just the name without the JSON attached to it. File not found. This is interesting. When we save, load map on. So let's go to the save. File saved, and then same thing here. Path dot file name without extensions. Okay. So now we shouldn't see all that stuff. What I mean is the guidelines are created so the developers would not need to move away from the current line to know exactly what the variable is. That's fair. So we have these maps here, random, file loaded, Save. That was interesting. Test. I need a way to like delete a map too. There's no option to delete the maps currently. In this menu, we want to not show all of those things as well. All right, so in the actual menu entry, menu, all right, sorry, this would be menu, file name, or file name is null.
Seems good.
Just delete the whole project. Thanks, SkyDriver. Thank you for the nice Dramlux. Yeah, we can just delete the whole project. That's exactly, you know, genius. Genius. What's interesting here is it's saying if the file name is null, can we do, I think we can do path.get file name with extension because it accepts a question mark string. Ah, so it just returns null there. Save random. Let's see if I load up another one. Square. Save square. Let's save as another. Okay. New map is the one that has it still has save as another. So when I do a new map, I need to set that to null. New map. Our file name. File name needs to equal null. We randomize map the same thing here. All right. All right. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited. Let's do a commit here. .NET format. Make everything the same styling here. I should really probably not have it committing my save data. Git reset. Code git ignore. Save data. There we go. Git commit -m. Feature, implement editor project, implement project navigation in editor. Okay. We're super close. We can navigate through projects. The last thing I want to be able to do is I want to be able to select scripts in here. So let's add a script into Banana. Or I guess we could make a different project. Let's add a script in here. Tavern.lua, and it's gonna be context dot right info. The smell of ale surrounds you. No semicolon necessary. So inside of my scripts folder, I want to be able to specify in my dungeon editor the scripts. So it's really interesting here because really I don't have a whole dungeon. It ends up building it from like an event map. It's my event. This isn't what I need. My event map, I don't actually have. Oh, maybe I do. Maybe I do. My event map no longer has this event script. Instead of it's a reference to an event script. So my tile event should actually have a string script name. Yeah. This is probably gonna break a bunch of stuff. because they're no longer event scripts. B equals event 0, event 1, event 2. Let's see if we can fix these. This is where unit tests. If I didn't understand the problem well enough, and so now my unit tests don't build. So that's one danger part here. So writing tests is hard if you don't understand the problem. Because I need these to reference the script so I can reuse the script in multiple places. The tile actually doesn't know the code right there. Just don't do tests. I've saved myself quite a few times at this point. Teleport. Lua. Damaged up. Yeah. This makes so much more sense now. This will make a lot more sense. Script.lua. Because I was going like, I don't know what to put here. Okay, so we're making a lot of progress. Do our test fail? Do we still sterilize? Or did we break everything? That's why we write tests. All right, I know that changing that didn't cause any of my other assertions to fail. So that's really lucky. Are we Glado? Glad Zero? Let me know how to pronounce it. Have you met Glad Zero? They have followed me on this beautiful Sunday. Thank you for the follow. Glad Zero, welcome aboard. Glad Zero, thank you so much for being here. Glado, gotcha. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Happy Sunday. Pure Myth, right next to the Easter Bunny and global warming. Ooh, Biffles, you're so right. You're so right. How could you be so right? So our editor screen, this is a really cool part now. This trigger here, we literally just do event.script name. So now when we add this event, we'll just see what a script's attached there. Bongjo 5. Is it Bongjo 5 or Bong Jovi? Joe 5. Welcome to the stream now. Champion of the sun, master of karate and friendship. It's Joe 5. Welcome to the stream. Daddy says, because I never have tests to prove me wrong, it's Bon Jovi. Drama, is it Bon Jovi? I'm wrong. I'm so wrong. Bon Jovi, I'd like to welch you. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Surprise day, man. It's Joe V. Joe V. Welcome to the stream, Joe V. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Joe V. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Happy Sunday. I keep saying the wrong day. I think I'm saying the wrong day. I'm not sure though. But so glad to have you with us on this beautiful day. We are in the process of building some tooling here. I'm so close. All I got to do now when I add a script is it's going to be great. It's going to be great. So we go to our dungeon editor. I can load up a map. Here's our map. I'm going to be able to hit minus. It's going to add an on-enter script. I need it to open up a menu and say like add or remove script. It's going to say here's the scripts that we currently have on this spot here. Oh, it's so close. Goob. Congratulations on number 14. Happy Sunday, my friend. Happy Sunday. Congratulations on your bonus points. All right. We're so close. We're closer than ever. We're as close as we've ever been. Yeah, we can add scripts here. Okay. Let's exit this. Okay. 2 days in a row. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I do Sunday through Wednesdays this term. Next when the game jam starts, I'll be streaming probably every day for several hours. I'll be on my spring break. Having a lot of fun with this one. So we did a minor refactor here, .NET. Let's do a format, .NET format. This was a refactor on this. So we refactored our tile event to have a reference to a script name. We need like a validate thing to make sure all the scripts and stuff are valid scripts as well. Napalm, it's wonderful to see you, my friend. How you been? A feature or refactor. Update tile event to reference script name rather than the script, the actual script. Photodata unit tests. We've been doing unit tests this whole time. What does my school curriculum look like for computer science? Great question. Patrick, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you here, my friend. So it's pretty open-ended. So none of the computer science courses are required at my school. None of the classes are required at my school. I teach a couple of different intro courses. The intro course, so I teach an intro to C# course called Adventures in C#, and I have a textbook that I wrote for it, or an online workbook. So the intro to C# course is this curriculum here. Let me see if I can open that up for you. So this is my intro to C# curriculum. I use my students. This teaches students the basics of programming in C#, all the way up to right before object-oriented programming. So you learn about flow control methods, arrays, if statements. So ifs, loops, arrays, variables, but no custom data types. So don't learn about classes or records or creating custom data types yet. So this is the first class. This is usually so it's somewhere between 8 and 16 weeks long, depending on which term I'm teaching it. And so the pace is a little bit different. The number of projects they have, how much time they have to work on them is different in each one. It ranges from being a pure programming class to a computer science class. So when it's longer, it's a little bit more of a computer science class where we talk a lot more about how data is represented under the hood. We learn more about how binary is represented, how to manipulate binary, what is a floating point number. So we go into a little bit of details about type systems on that in the longer version. The shorter version, we focus more on just the programming. Patrick, congratulations on being number 15, my friend. After they've taken this course, there's several C# courses they can take. One of them is just pure class called Intermediate Projects in C#, and they learn, basically the next course is an object-oriented programming course, where they learn about data organization, how to manage complexity, how to create classes, and that can be just a pure C# class. I also teach a Unity version, so students learn how to interact with Unity. And then I also have taught a sort of like a web C# one. That one didn't go so well because Blazor's a little bit tricky. I also teach an intro to web development that's like HTML, CSS, JavaScript. I teach several Unity courses, 2D game development, 3D game development. So the 3D game dev in Unity is a no coding class where they modify existing games, learn how to interact with the Unity screen. The 2D one is a low coding class where they learn a little bit of programming in Unity. And then I teach a series called Programming Challenges in Unity, where students are given a bunch of broken projects that have bugs and they have to fix them or implement missing details. I also teach a class on TIC80 where students learn Lua. Next term, I'm going to be teaching a class called Game Engines, where we actually are going to go through and implement different aspects of game engines, including a physics system. In the past, I've taught a data structures and algorithms course. And so you could think of that as sort of a first or second year university algorithms class. So in university, it would be the first algorithms class you take, and it'd be like the first portion of it. So we learn about linked lists, we learn about hash tables, we learn, and students end up implementing they end up implementing malloc in C. So there's a bunch of classes. There's a bunch of classes that I teach. We have another computer science teacher that does other stuff as well. Python. Mostly they do some React classes. I see them do modding with Lua and other programming in other games. Okay, so one thing I want to see if I can finish the program. Let's take a quick break, and I gotta go talk with my partner C. We are working on a dungeon crawler, so I'm building this tool. So I'm preparing for Dungeon Crawler Jam 2024. That's what we're building. So I'm building a dungeon crawler toolkit, which is going to be tools to create a dungeon crawler. Specifically in this dungeon crawler, so I'm building this editor here. So select a project here. I have a project called Banana. Could have been called anything. We have a dungeon editor here. And that lets us load maps, edit maps in our game. And then these get compiled into a program that can be played in Unity. Or not in Unity, it can be played in a game engine here. Sorry, Unity is sort of, I have a build here, so I'm going to show it real quick. .NET build, serve. Let me get this to launch. And then we have this sort of first person dungeon crawling game that takes the data that we use our editor, it compiles it into a data file that we can hand off to this and then play the game. So we're going to include scripts and maps, and then we're going to add in more stuff as we go. So we'll end up adding in some kind of combat system that I haven't fully realized yet. Daddy Biffle says, that's awesome. Students are 10 to 14. Yeah, I wish I started that young. I plan on teaching my daughters. Just haven't thought of a fun way to approach extra learning. Yeah. There's some of them are 14 years old and have been programming for like 6-7 years at that point and have just like insane skill level, insanely high skill level.
Seems good.
Thank you, Code Monk. We'll be back in just a moment. I got to double check. See, we're going to, we're considering adopting a dog, and I can't remember what time we're going. I think we might be going in an hour, so I might have to hop off here, but I got to go double check with my partner, see what the plan is. I think it's either 10 or 10:30 when we're leaving. So either an hour and a half. I want to see how much more time I have, and then we might wrap up. So hang tight. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
I'll get you.
Old Gamer Grump. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the follow today. You know. Old Gamer Grump, thank you so much for the follow. Folks, I do have to get going here. Thank you for the getcha. Code I do have to get going. We're about to go check out. We're going to go adopt a dog. Or, excuse me, we're going to go consider adopting a dog. We're going to go meet a dog and introduce him to our dog. See how they get together. But I got to get out of here. Let's see if we can find someone to raid. Yeah, so over on YouTube, you can find them there. User not taken. What a wonderful name. What a wonderful name. Yeah, we're about to head out. I'll be back tomorrow, though. You can find all of my past live streams over on most of them. Sometimes I forget to hit the go live button on YouTube. But you can find them on YouTube Archive, Captain Coder Live. So feel free to check those out over there. Also, if you want to stay informed with the community, feel free to join the Discord. Lots of awesome stuff going on over there as well. Incredible community. If you want to help other people learn how to program, or you are learning how to program yourself, it's a great place to be. User not taken. It wasn't taken, but you took it today. User taken. User not taken. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. I'll be back tomorrow, folks. If any suggestions on a raid, Free Time Development is working on a nice game. Let's go. Skydriver, thank you for the suggestion. Let's go check him out. Twitch, boom. Let's go check him out. Check him out now. They're starting. Oh, come on, start faster. Are they in English? It looks like they're not English. Let's find a dev who is in English. Does Free Time Development do English? Mark is now live, was on break. Oh, let's do Mark. Yeah, because I was going to raid Mark yesterday, but Mark was not live yet. Skydriver, remind me next time. Raid Pirate Software. Pirate Software's not playing. No German, English. German and English, you say. Okay. Next time. We're going to go raid Mark because he's live right now. Incredible game developer streamer. Let's go give him some love. Let's do a raid here. When we get over there, say happy Sunday. Show us your game. Twitch raid. Copy pasta that raid message. Folks, get it in there. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for making my day wonderful. Unity Coder, thank you so much for the Geek Shoe. I got it in there.
I'll get you.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Show me what you got. That's right. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a beautiful day. Keep coding. Keep growing. Keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime. Have a beautiful day. Bye-bye.